And go blue, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Michigan Postgame Call-In Show Live, sponsored by the Win Agency. Oh man, TJ, another one of these, huh? Barely escaping the Minnesota Golden Gophers.
What are you talking about, John? We got a victory. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, 4-1.
4-1, and that's all I know. That's what I see.
Who's got better than us?
Yeah, nobody, man, and definitely not Ohio State. Those guys suck. But look, that was a game, a tale of two halves. The first half, I was feeling pretty optimistic about this post game. Second half, I feel like I know where this post game is likely going to go with our callers. I've already received some DMs from people who will likely be calling later. Yeah, there's some frustration in the fan base the way that happened. I mean, I know we'll get into it more, John. We'll talk about offense. We'll talk about defense. We'll get to our conclusions, and then we'll definitely hit our super chats and our callers here. But I just want to point this out, John. 21-3 in the first half. Michigan outscored Minnesota. Second half, Minnesota 21-6.
Yep. That's what we call a tale of two halves, and we're definitely going to dive into why that happened and why the second half collapses are happening, and but still try to be a little positive as well, because we do like only having one loss, so all of that's on the table. But before we do, a couple of things we want to tackle here. First of all, we do want to encourage everybody, of course, to hit the like button, subscribe to our channel for all the good stuff, and to be able to chat, because you need to be a subscriber to chat. We do have the $100 per hour going, which means from now till about 4:45 Eastern, you've got us. You've got us, guaranteed. But if you want to extend the show, that's on you guys. If you decide, hey, we want to do a second hour, well, then it's $100 to do that, and that can be super chats, that can be super stickers, that can be joining the membership program, or that can be buying memberships for others. All of it counts towards the 100. And Thursday night, that Saturday we did a 6-hour, but Thursday night too, the community was very generous as well and extended the show a couple hours.
Yeah, so 3-hour show. We've had 2 6 hours in a row. We had a 3-hour call-in show. Our community has stepped to the plate and really contributed. We greatly appreciate that. You guys are helping us achieve new numbers for the channel in terms of revenue, as well as subscribers, as well as views. I mean, you guys, the channel's really growing, and it's thanks to you guys. We greatly appreciate it. Our community, yeah, I think it's up there, John. I think we may be battling for a top Michigan community in all of Michigan media. We'll see, though. To be determined. At the end of the year, maybe we'll do some rankings.
Absolutely. I'm going to tackle these 2 super chats and then get to our sponsor. So Elisha has already given 2, so bringing us down to 96 to go. So get prepared to buy some new seat cushions. And then this game has told me a lot about the coaching. Yeah, well, we're gonna be diving into that, no doubt about that. Thanks, Elisha, for always being here, and Ramez also bringing us to 94 already, supporting the show. Thank you. And go blue to you. And now we do, of course, want to thank the generosity of the Win Agency. So you'll be seeing more about them both here in our description and in the chat all show. But the Win Agency is located in Bridgeport, Michigan, and they are excited to announce their partnership with the Voice of College Football for the remainder of the 24 season. Go blue. Navigating healthcare.gov can be overwhelming when searching for the right plan for your family. That's why the Win Agency is here to simplify the process. You can easily view all the available health insurance plans in your area by visiting their website. Just go to winagency.com, click on View Plans, and enter your zip code. No personal information required to explore your options. For any questions or assistance with enrollment, feel free to contact them at office@winagency.com or call 810-241-3562. They're here to help you, and we want to thank them for sponsoring Michigan Postgame this season.
Absolutely. And if you guys want the links and the numbers there in the chat, we greatly appreciate Win Agency for supporting and sponsoring the channel. They are allies. They bleed blue. absolutely a great partnership with them.
No doubt. And yeah, we do want to obviously thank already. We got 3 super chats. So now it's a 4th. So down to 92 already. Our D tackles are legit. Drufus, yeah, there is some silver lining, and and we are going to get there as well in the commentary. But let's just begin with the tale of the two halves, right? So you, TJ, you laid it out. The first half, I was like, maybe there's a staff member watching Michigan football at the Voice of College Football, because what did we see, TJ? We saw Donovan Edwards
And
not starting the first snap in the slot, in the perimeter.
We had 2 running back sets with Edwards and Mullins. We had play actions. We had Orji rolling. We had slants. We had a lot of things that we talked about that they need to do, and they were doing it. And what did we see? We saw a 21-3 first half. They were achieving all of that. They were a little creative with the playbook. And what I mean by creative, I mean, obviously it was a simplified playbook, but I mean tailoring the playbook to fit Orji's skill set. And I thought they did an excellent thing. I thought the biggest issue for me in the first half was Orji's inability to throw the ball away. Sometimes I would like to see him, instead of taking a loss on a play, just throw it away, buddy. Like, you're outside the pocket, just get rid of it. You're good. That's something he needs to work on. That's inexperience. But the first half, I mean, look, the defense played well. The offense played well. I thought, they did a better job with Orji this game than last game, so that's promising. The offense obviously still has work to do. We'll see what they do there and what types of adjustments they make. And the second half, we know that. We see that. We love seeing Mullins as running back 1, although we are seeing defenses really start to load the box. The Minnesota's leaky defense was not very leaky today. So that's a bit concerning, because as we continue through Big Ten play, and Tim Pringley, so shout out to Tim Pringley of our USC channel, he did say once there's film on our team, defenses are going to have a better idea of how to defend us. And we kind of saw Minnesota, I thought, did a better job than USC with that. And then we really need some wide receivers to step up, okay? Right now, for this game, I have it right here. Receiving, our leading wide receiver, I'm going to exclude Colson Loveland, 2 receptions for 24 yards. It was Kendrick Bell. Where is Tyler Morris? 1 reception for 11 yards for Tyler Morris.
Shocking.
And that's it. Kendrick Bell and Tyler Morris were the only wide receivers to get a reception today. We have a wide receiver problem. Not only do we have a quarterback issue, but we have a wide receiver problem. And I think we can all see that. Colson Loveland, 4 receptions for 44 yards. Not the greatest of days, but a solid outing considering what our offense is right now. I would label him solid. But yeah, I mean, we have a wide receiver problem, and that's definitely on the coaching staff. That's on Rem Bellamy. It's on Sharon Moore for not getting one in the portal. It's on Michigan for being stubborn about that. We won't get into that at this moment, but I'm sure the callers will bring it up. And then the other notes I have for the offense, John, is the interception that Orji threw. That he, Loveland was open, but there was a safety over top, giving support. Donovan Edwards along the sideline was wide open with no help over top.
Correct.
If he would have lobbed that ball, that was a guaranteed touchdown. Guaranteed touchdown. That's where Orji really needs to improve. We did see some improvement. He did have some moments where he was able to go through his progressions. We saw him starting to do that. But I also want to give a shout out. I think it was the Darren on Thursday, Darren Talks Ball, who's joining the Voice of College Football Network. He will be doing our Big Ten show on Mondays at 8 p.m. for the Big Ten channel of the Voice of College Football. He brought this up, and he's not wrong. It's going to be hard for Orji to get comfortable in the pocket and go through his progressions like a real quarterback when the offensive line does not give him the time to do that. And I saw today Evan Link on his ass a lot. So that's where I am with the offense, John. I do have some takes for the defense, but I want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, we do have a super chat pertaining to this. Orji can't even run clock. Worst QB in FBS from Jobu. I'm not gonna go as far as to say he's the worst in the entire league, but I would say this. I mean, that was a rough interception. I will say that I was happy with some of the decisions that Kurt Campbell made in the first half. And like we talked about, having a multiple running back set, that's
Yeah.
great. Having Donovan go out and have at least some aspect of a receiving threat, that's great. Colston Loveland, we missed him last week. We knew that when he came back, that Orji he was going to be the main target for Orji, and he absolutely was with 41 passing yards for 4 receptions. But I'm going to just talk my thoughts on what I saw on the offense. 3 words: fire Ron Bellamy, get out of here. Here's the thing: I'm not saying Brian Hartline's coming to Michigan, but you need somebody who knows the modern way of wide receiver play, who can still encourage them to block, because blocking gets the rock, right? No block, no rock. But at the same time, like, where's the separation? How come Colston Loveland is the best wide receiver and he's a tight end? How come Kendrick Bell? Look, I think it's great that Kendrick Bell's showing some promise. Big fan of Ronnie Bell. I'm glad that his little bro's getting some action here. But Tyler Morris, underperforming to this degree, makes me think that whatever they're doing in practice, whatever the drills are that they're running, it's just not cutting it. And I don't. You combine that with what we've heard about Sharon Moore saying, let's just keep going even if they don't perfectly execute a play.
And in my opinion, we see that, John. We see that on the field. We see the lack of fundamentals and sound play. I mean, I know there's some people who are like, I don't know if that's true. I mean, listen, that information came from one of the more legitimate sources in the Michigan sphere. It's something that, like, I also am like, is that possible? If that's possible, then we have a red flag with our coach. But when I watch the game, I see a team that, like, for example, the running play where Percy had a misassignment on blocking, and on the same play, Evan Link was thrown on his ass, and Khalil Mullins was stopped for a loss. I think it was the second to last drive we had. I mean, it's just it's a team that is, in the first half, definitely played better. Second half, they showed their inexperience. They showed a lack of fundamentals and a lot of miscommunications again. And then, and we'll get into defense, but I got some takes on Wink Martindale as well.
Yeah. Let's hit a couple of our contributors here with Drufus. The 2, Go Blue, Ohio sucks. Yeah, absolutely. Throw out the emojis on that. We got the crying Ryan Day. We've got the last 3 years of Ohio State, Michigan scores. Absolutely. Third base. And then with Trent 23 tails with the 5 here, Nick Saban took Milroe out for an entire game. All I'm asking for is Tuttle for 1 half and then put Orji back. TJ, is Tuttle still considered injured or?
Yep. So he is still injured. He's still not even practicing. Apparently he's dealing with an elbow injury. I don't know the severity of that injury, but it's obviously has taken him out of fall camp into the regular season. I do think, though, if Tuttle gets healthy, you will see, I think you'll see Sharon Moore experiment. I do. Even though I believe you should continue with Alex Orji right now. I thought Alex Orji actually showed a lot of promise. I think he needs more time on task. Now, guys, I'm talking about considering our options. Like, granted, yes, we need an upgrade here. Okay. I'm not saying like I'm content with what we have. I'm saying with our options, we need to really invest into Orji right now, because I think we saw some growth today in him, and he was able to throw, some passes, intermediate and short. I think that they need to just continue to get creative with guys in motion, more slants, better use of. We finally saw Donovan Edwards also lining up in the slot and at wide receiver, which was nice. More of that, please. We also just need receivers to really step up, because they're not getting open.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. We saw some promise, but I think it's an indictment. I think when the team falls apart in the second half, that's an indictment on the coaching.
Oh, yeah.
On the what are they saying in the halftime speech? What are they doing to adjust? Clearly not much, because Minnesota was able to kind of figure things out and take over the game in the second half for large. Like, this is Minnesota. This isn't Ohio. This isn't, US. Oregon. This isn't Texas. This isn't USC even. This is Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, so here I've thought about that, John. The adjustments at half, because obviously a tale of two halves. Michigan was the worst team in the second half, but I thought about it and I was like, you know what? We are so one dimensional offensively. What adjustments can even be had? They know what we're gonna do. Now,
Hmm.
maybe you can get a couple creative passing plays in, maybe a flea flicker to throw him off. But Orgy has to hit it. We are so limited offensively. I don't know what adjustments can even really be had. I think the coaches really put themselves. Let's also acknowledge that the coaching staff did this to themselves with their lack of ambition to get a quarterback or wide receiver in the portal. This is their responsibility to put weapons on the field. They are digging their own grave right now. Now, granted, we're not calling for the coach's job. Well, John just called for Ron Bellamy's job,
Yeah, Ron Bell needs to fucking go.
but like we're not. I'm not saying he's fire Sharon. I'm saying it's this is a good way to get your seat warm. Is all I'm saying. Like if you take this approach, this lackadaisical approach with the talent on the field, yeah, you don't last long doing that type of stuff. So they better get it together. I'm sure it's a nice wake up call. We've already heard Dave Portnoy. Make a call to arms saying, listen, I'll throw $3 million a year to get us a quarterback because this is unacceptable. And this is kind of what we talked about, John. We talked about, well, what is the positive to this poor play? And the positive is it'll wake people up. It'll smack you in the face and it'll make you realize you got work to do. So I do think Michigan, I think the positive we can take as a fan base, and John, I'd still want to talk about defense here before we get to our callers, but the positive we can take as a fan base is everyone sees what we're all seeing. And I assure you that this is not an acceptable result. And I assure you that people in administration, athletic department, they realize they need to do better. I'm quite confident that that's going to be the case there. We already know that donors are becoming more motivated in that aspect. And not to go down that road because we will. I'm sure callers will bring it up. But I'm just saying, like, there is positive, and the positive is with failure or with results, not to expectation, changes are made. So let's
how
be on the
about
lookout for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so how about we tackle all these because almost all these super chats pertain to the offense, and then we'll hit your defensive takes. How about that?
Okay. Yep.
All right. So Nick with the 2, like we've been saying the whole show already, this team is capable but inconsistent. Clean it up. Abso-frickin-lutely. Elisha with the 5, I've been saying it all season. Wide receivers are the biggest issue on this offense. O-line is gelling. You mentioned Evan Link as the exception to that, but they've improved as a unit, I would argue, since game 1. But we still have no explosiveness in the pass game. 100%, Elisha.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yep. And here's one on Bellamy. Nick, does Bellamy teach his wide receivers to go down every week?
I don't know what he teaches these wide receivers. I don't know what he does in the coaching room. I don't know what he does on the recruiting trail either. I mean, although he did lane Andrew Marsh, so hats off. But
yeah, that's his one. That's his one thing. And also Roman Wilson had a great season last year.
And Jacob Washington from Louisiana, that's a good get as well. I mean, he's done okay. We had Philip Wright, but you do okay. You got to keep going, man. Do more.
Elisha with the 10. Thank you so much. And you have helped us. We are already, with all these super chats, we only need $42 to get to a second hour. So you guys are coming through already. Thank you. I think Orgy's mistakes are coachable. He, for the majority of the game, played well for his second start, but these wide receivers are not helping him. I said week 1, teams load the box because they...
I think don't respect the pass.
Yeah, disrespect the pass. Yep.
Yeah, and he's right. And we saw Minnesota doing it. And I agree. I think we got to remember this too. For a second career start, Alex Orgy did show improvement. Hey man, and I am going to be a little sarcastic here, but he did have a career high of 86 yards a day. Okay, we're on our way to 100.
I was hoping for 100. I was with Will ND last night. We called into Mark, and I said, let's try to get 100. 86. Hey, moving on up.
Yeah. I mean, look, but I mean, I think we can all agree Orgy looked better this game than last game. The interception was obviously inexcusable. Do better, but let's see what he can do. He'll be a better quarterback as the season goes on.
Absolutely. Keith with the 5, that's what you call playing to the level of your competition. Usually the players drives coaches crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and
I don't
another thing,
love it.
I made my comment about adjustments defensively. You got all the talent in the world, so there's no excuse for Wink to not make the proper adjustments. There's no reason Minnesota should be putting 21 on our ass. You know what I mean? Like, that's inexcusable. And in
Whoa.
the fourth quarter, and I guess you could argue, well, our depth is a big reason that the boys were getting tired, but then again, that's the coach's responsibility to make sure I mean, we have enough talent where we shouldn't be giving up 41 to Minnesota. So, I mean, actually, I don't even want to hear the depth issue. Our depth is higher ranked and more talented than there's a lot of their starters. I don't want to hear that shit.
Y'all, breaking news. And we're gonna keep knocking these super chats out because of you, we have already unlocked our second hour.
There
And
we
we're
go.
90 away from a third hour.
Let's go.
I so
Appreciate
appreciate every single one of you, and we're going to get to
do.
every super chat
do.
before we continue on with everything else. Because you guys come first, you donated, we appreciate you. Elisha with the 5, Orgy made some throws that I didn't know he could make. Agree. Which made me question the coaches. If Orgy played like this, then why did Warren's? Well, okay, that's a little. Here's the thing. I will agree with you that I wasn't expecting a 16-yard pass to a wide receiver. I thought Colston would get almost all the receiving yards. So at least he's starting to spread it out to some receivers. But there's still a lot of work to do, I would say.
I'll say this. I was not surprised at the throws he could make. Those are actually the throws I thought he could make. I saw that in the spring game. I mean, I think he is capable. I think he's very capable of making those exact throws. I think he's capable of making more of those throws. I think anything long is where we're going to run into our problems. I don't think he has a good feel for it. Obviously, we saw it with the Colston pick. But the question is, why did Warren start? Apparently, he was more accurate. Apparently, I mean, look, Warren does seem to have a better arm. I don't think we disagree. It's just Warren obviously cannot be trusted with the ball to not be turnover prone. Plus, uh, you know, we just for some reason the coaches they still do not trust Orgy. And another I mean, it's just poor. I mean, the coach is really frustrating me. Like I was just thinking about the play on that fumble at the end of the game.
Yeah.
The play call they did where they had Bredesen go across the center like that. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that
Just
was strange.
why are you adding complications to a simple play?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it was odd. I really wanted to blame the center there, but it was definitely not. It was putting Bredesen in that position. It was just very strange.
But it's a play you don't need at that time. It's not going to add anything. You're going to run the damn ball, through the B gap or something. They're going to stop it in 3 yards anyways. Just kill the clock, man.
GT with the 10. We appreciate you. GT's a member and throwing 10 our way, contributor every week. We so appreciate you. On the 3rd and 1 in Q4, nobody was within 10 yards of Tyler Morris, and there was no check to hit him for an easy first down. I played QB in high school, and we would have converted that every single time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it now back-to-back weeks where Orgy is missing open guys. We saw it with Samaj Morgan the week prior. We see it with Donovan Edwards this game. I missed the Tyler Morris one, but I'm going to trust you on that because I'm not surprised. He doesn't appear to have the vision yet, I don't think he has a feel for the playbook yet, to be honest. I don't think he knows where guys are. He's just not comfortable yet. That's what also blows my mind. For someone who's played quarterback for 3 years, and as much reps as he's gotten, because he was second QB last year. And then you have all of spring ball, all of summer camp condition, all that. They do stuff, off the field. And then you have fall ball, and you still don't look like you have he looks like a freaking redshirt freshman out there.
Yeah.
Like it's interesting to me, man. It's very disappointing. The coaching staff still is not impressing me.
Yeah, and look, I think that I will say, and I don't believe in blowing sunshine. I was happy to see some of the decisions early. I really was.
Oh, I agree.
But the wide receiver play is just crap. It's straight up crap.
And it's on Michigan.
Without Mullings, we are 2-3. Drufus with the 2. I don't think you're wrong. He has been the it factor. He has every single week. They finally got it right by putting him in the backfield, play number one. But another game where he went for more than 100 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns. I think you're right. Elisha with the 2. The coaches are wasting a 10-2 playoff roster. Well, we are still 4-1.
Right, that's
So
true.
so trending to 10-2. If the trend continues, that would be where we would end approximately. But it's not looking like a 10-2 at the moment in that second half.
I mean, we are 4-1. The next game's Washington. I think we'll beat Washington. I
do
don't,
too.
but I mean, granted, we can't do what we did in the second half. That's like the way we play ball. We have no margin of error. Like we cannot afford to play sloppy like that. But I do think we can beat Washington. So I do anticipate a 5-1 start here. I think, yeah, I don't know. I think we'll be okay. I agree though. It's potentially possible we're going to waste some talent here.
Yeah, especially on defense, and Colston Loveland's probably going high in the draft as well. Not as high as Brock Bowers, but I think he'll still go maybe second round or even, very, very
Second.
late in the first, but I'd say second.
Yeah, it's second round likely with this offense.
Yeah. How about this? How about Michael Newman? This guy with the 50 dropping stacks. Go Blue. Thank you so much for that. I like Orgy. I think he's a great teammate, but playing Orgy based on a winning result is a classic fallacy. If we want to run the triple option, fine, but we're not. Still a pro style offense that's 80% run. Tuttle is healthy and average. Try him.
Well, he's not healthy. That's the biggest hurdle with Tuttle right now. So he's still dealing with his elbow injury. I don't even know if he's fully practicing yet. I do know in warmups he's not 100. Like he's not even doing all the warmups as all the other quarterbacks. He's out there, he's dressed, but he's not. Yeah. So the Tuttle thing is going to have to wait. I know the fan base is kind of craving a solution here. I think the Tuttle experiment's gonna. If things continue going the way they're going, I think we'll get the Tuttle experiment at some point. Because I don't think Sharon's fully invested, or invested is not the right word, fully trusting into Orgy. But it is what it is right now, guys. I mean, and look, I know we're frustrated. We're watching this team with potential, have these major flaws that are killers. They're huge hindrances to this team's ceiling. And it limits us greatly. And it also puts us in a position where, like, you play against an Illinois, you better be on your game or they're going to get you. And they're the game after Washington. So that's a concerning game for me. We'll see. Again, our frustrations, I know we have them because I've gotten some DMs from some people I know that are watching. They need to be directed at the coaches, and then but we'll also take a week-to-week approach because we are 4-1, guys. We do have to, acknowledge that and appreciate it.
Guys, you are all killing the super chats tonight. I love it. Yeah, thank you so much. It just keeps flowing, and so we're going to keep taking them as long as they come. That's what we do here. Jobu with the 2. You need refs in the pocket when you have a crap QB. So you think the refs are in the pocket?
All I know is the refs know ball. That's all I know. I mean, expert ball knowers, certified ball knowers. They know what they're doing out there.
Yeah, sure.
That's all I know.
Yeah, that onside kick. I mean, that was interesting.
Great eyes.
Great. Eagle eyes there.
Hey, they're just after the integrity of the game, man. I respect it.
Michigan's had some ref calls go against them over the years, and this is just, they're just trying to make sure the scales are even.
I don't ever want to hear about refs ever again because of the 2016 Ohio State game. So I'm over that.
Yep. GT with the 5. To clarify, there was no one lined up within 10 yards of Tyler Morris. Just throw him the ball at the line of scrimmage, and it's a first down.
GT, I would say it's possible that that's not a part. Maybe he's not the first progression and Orgy's not even aware. But to your point too, you need to have pre-snap awareness and you need to identify where the DB's at. And sometimes you make an adjustment. So, I mean, I'd have to look at the play to fully know. But I mean, that is where an experienced quarterback like a JJ, he probably would make that throw. It's where Orgy, I'll be honest with you, and Joe Cladd even said it in the game. He needs time for the game to slow down. Well, we don't got time, bro. It's week 5. Like it's, you know what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
played last year, Orgy,
Yeah. I see him go through progressions. I see
we're
him
seeing
look
it. You're
around the
now
field.
seeing it.
He is doing it to an extent, but he missed Samaj last week,
Yeah. But
and now we're seeing this. So like he needs to do a better job, but at
yeah.
least he's not automatically forcing it to Colston every single time. Like he is looking around. To his credit, that's improved slightly. But obviously that pick, I don't know what was happening there. Wide open Donovan Edwards, like you talked about. So let's keep the super chats rolling here because we've got Elisha with the 10. I think the reason Orgy misses downfield reads is the same reason Warren didn't throw it downfield. I think coaches are telling him where to look, and since we are a time of possession team,
I don't think the coaches are not saying make the throw if it's available. I think I wouldn't, I think Elijah's insinuating that because we want to maintain time of possession and control the clock, that maybe we're not making the longer throws, or even if. But I would almost guarantee that if they're open, the coach is saying make the damn throw. I can't imagine that they would limit his options on any play. But I think the issue with his downfield reads is I don't think he has the time to get to them. I don't think he saw Donovan Edwards. I definitely know he didn't see Samaj Morgan last week. So, I think he's locking in when he sees an opportunity, and sometimes you gotta maybe pump, do one of these, and then get it to the next option in the route tree. So I don't know, man. I mean, we're gonna have to just kind of take it week by week. The good news is there was improvement. So like we're seeing improvement. I'm interested to see next week. I actually think next week's another good game for us to get our stuff together. And what's funny is if any, we all watched the game today. The Joe Klatt and my man Gus Johnson was like, oh, Michigan's finding its identity. They're finding themselves. Well, in the first half, it did look like that. And then we saw what an inexperienced head coach with an inexperienced team does. They lost it. They lost momentum. They lost themselves. So, more work to do. They got to get back in the lab.
Yeah, for sure. Elisha took a flag for Warren to throw deep to Klein. What are we referring to? I wonder here.
It took a flag for Warren to throw.
You mean Orgy?
Maybe he's referring to when Davis Warren was in. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd have to. I can't recall the game you're referring to.
But thank you for the 2. B. Pierce with the 5. Morris and Bell were getting 10 yards off the ball. These should be the reads for Alex.
Yeah, I got to rewatch the game. This is something I'll pay attention to because you're bringing it up. GT brought it up. If that's the case, and I didn't identify it, then the coaching staff, who Kirk's in his helmet. Kirk doesn't just need to tell him to play. Kirk can give him cues. Kirk needs to let him know, hey, DB's 10 yards off. Get a quick out here. Like, throw a quick out, hit your guy, and then, make the play happen. And he can let him know in the huddle, hey, be on the lookout. I'm going to do a quick throw here to you. Let's make it happen. Like that can be communicated. The Kirk Campbell, that's another thing too. Is like we have guys in the box. They're watching this, right? So like, why are they not making the adjustments? So that's something I'm gonna have to watch when I do the replay.
Absolutely. I've said it too. I mean, you're 100% right. I think we're both going to rewatch the game here and give our final thoughts on Tuesday. But for Michigan Wolverines live, 8 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday night, with special guest Lars Hansen from Locked On Huskies or Huskers. He covers Washington. He's been on the Voice of College Football, and he's coming on to our show on Tuesday. Elisha with the 5, and honestly, the pass blocking is bad. Orgy had to leave the pocket so many times, which is why I give him grace for his second start.
Yeah, so much for Sharon Moore's comment. The offensive line will remain elite as long as I'm here. It has been bad. I'm interested. I need to see if I can find the metric where we can look at how long Orgy's holding the ball before he releases it. I'm interested to see where that ranks. I don't know. I know they track it in the NFL. I got to see if they got it for college. Yeah, it's the offensive line is it's not in sync. I mean, I would say it's better than where it was against Texas, but it's not to a high level of play right now.
Yeah. I think there are times when the line is giving him some time to throw, and there are times when it isn't. And so I definitely saw early on he had some moments where he had some time to throw, but it's inconsistent for sure. And as you mentioned, Evan Link, if he's the best option at right tackle, that's just sad. If Gentry and Percy aren't there.
We knew since spring ball there was a right tackle issue. The Andrew Gentry, you know, we on our show we talked about some of the fall camp rumbling or spring ball rumblings, and Andrew Gentry was very inconsistent, up and down, week to practice to practice, and they were looking for a right tackle in the portal. Well, they didn't get one. They didn't land one. They didn't get one to enter the portal. That's what big boy programs do. You get players into the portal. You talk to agents. It's legal to do that as long as you don't contact the player. That's how this works. Yeah, so I mean, it's on Michigan, man. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it falls on the coaching staff here. They got to do a better job building the roster and solidifying any weak spots. I mean, this isn't, you know, this is big time ball, man. This is Big Ten football now, you know, and you got to get it together real quick.
Yeah, for sure. So we have a question here about from Michael Newman about the Josiah Stewart injury. A question about that, and I'm curious about Will Johnson too. While we're at it, because.
Yeah, so it was I don't know. Like, those were surprises to me. I didn't hear anything about them. The Josiah Stewart was really surprising to me. There was no indication that was going to be the case. So I don't know. The thing about college ball is they don't really release injuries. Occasionally things leak, like the Tuttle injury. Like, I know it's an elbow injury that leaked, but like certain injuries, I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know. You know, we'll see. We'll try to remain tapped in on that and see if we can get it for you guys Tuesday.
Yeah. And so Will Johnson was like, you know, out there, not with helmet on, but dressed, and he was out there supporting his guys. When Makari went down, he was out there with them. So it makes me think that they were keeping him out to be cautious.
All right, I have an update. So Will Johnson and Josiah Stewart were both game time decisions. They went through warm up. So whatever they're dealing with is minor.
Yeah. So it was this is Minnesota, and we're gonna be cautious.
Yep.
Okay. Conversation with your stranger. Apologies, it took us a bit to get to yours, but we've just been getting a lot of awesome contributions from our community. So with the two, why isn't Jaden Davis being considered?
The reason Jaden Davis is not being considered is a few reasons. There's a few variables here. One, his parents want him to redshirt. They have communicated that to the program. That's what they want. The other variable is he needs to add size and strength, not only just for durability reasons, but also throwing power. You know, there's been some, I would say, rumblings out of Ann Arbor that maybe his throwing strength is not up to par yet to make some of the throws that they're looking. But, you know, it's funny when I say it, I'm like, well, Orgy's doing short to intermediate passes. I know Jaden Davis could probably do that. So I don't know. I mean, that's what one of the reasons is. And then the other reason is his throwing motion is a bit, he has a windup that's a little out of the norm. And the problem is when you have an offensive line, like our offensive line, where quarterbacks have limited time to throw the ball, when you have a quarterback with a slight mechanic kink, it delays the throw, thus making sacks a higher probability. And they don't want to put Jaden Davis in the line of fire and mess up his confidence at a young age. Because, you know, the thing about quarterback, it's similar to goalie in hockey or pitching in baseball. It's very mental. And once you lose that mental edge, we saw it, like Dontrell Willis was one of the best examples I can give to this. If anyone remembers Dontrell Willis for the Tigers and when he was with the Marlins, once you lose that mental confidence, it doesn't matter how talented you are, like, it's gone. So, you know, you see it in those three positions, you know, you see it in all positions. I mean, basketball players with shots and stuff like that. But like, the point being is, they just don't want to destroy the kid's confidence. They want to build them up more before they put them out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't have much to add on that because we've been kind of consistent on covering this over our shows. So definitely keep watching Michigan Wolverines live on Tuesdays, the call-in show on Thursdays, and this show because we keep you updated on these things. And yeah, Jaden Davis, the family doesn't want him to be that option because they don't have any other options, right? And they're just going to throw him out before he's ready. He's also still running scout team with Denegal, so he's not at the level. Clearly the coaching staff doesn't see him at the level, and the insiders that we're hearing from also don't see him at the level of the others. It's just that's where we're at.
It's really rare for a freshman quarterback to be ready. Like, the Raiola stuff in Nebraska or what Trevor Lawrence was able to do at Clemson, like this is rare. It's so rare. You got to be very unique. JJ wasn't ready. It's just you got to give this kid some time to grow and develop here. But again, I know we're looking for solutions, so I get it.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. They keep rolling in. Elisha with the 5. When Mullings ran the first touchdown, it bothered me to see them give Edwards the next possession to go 3 and out. Yeah.
Let's look at the split here. What was
So
I mean, listen, I'll say this though.
24-9
which is
in
exactly
rushing.
what we said, John. I told you guys I would like to see Donovan Edwards get 5 to 9 carries a game. They hit that number for me, and I wanted Khalil Mullins to get, like I said, 18 to 22. They went 24. We didn't get any Ben Hall though, so they're not listening enough. But it's funny, man. I love our takes, John, because I mean, we seem to kind of be hitting. We seem to be hitting, man. But interesting the splits. I mean, 9 carries for Donovan Edwards. I'm not angry at it, but look at this: 3.8 average. Like what is that? Yeah, so that's got to improve. I mean, at least Mullins had a 4.6. That's solid. Ben Hall, man, Ben Hall time. Let's get a little more Ben Hall action. I don't know.
Yeah, what's up with? Let's see him. Why not?
They really want to give Edwards all the opportunity in the world, though. I mean, you can just tell they really do.
Yeah. Dadoy with the 2. I don't know if this was said, but it feels like Rutgers 21. It's like the Michigan Rutgers game in 21. Is that what?
I thought I was going to say the one in 2020 where we went to overtime to win.
Yeah, that one, it felt more like that.
That's the one I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, the way Michigan gave up the lead, or at least let the lead, the gap close. I mean, it's just, yeah, the team faltered today. It's just what it is.
Elisha with the 2. He could have went back in. Another Sharon lie.
Which one? Who are we referring to, Elijah?
Yeah, you'll have to let us know. If you comment, yeah, I'll try to read your comment if you let us know who we're talking about. Brian with the 5. Second half clown show. Defense was the worst part. Orgy showed improvement despite the one terrible throw, but the play calling is so bad. We're doing a defense segment, by the way. But thanks to your generosity, we're reading. We always read these first, so we will get there.
Yeah, I'll say my defensive takes till we get to this segment.
Elisha with the 2. With that O-line, I wouldn't put in Jaden Davis. You're not wrong.
He'd get eaten alive, man. He would get eaten alive right now. I mean, the offensive line's just not there. The wide receivers are not there. That's the thing too. Is like, okay, who's he throwing into?
Right. Michael is coming through in the clutch today. Okay, another 5 from Michael, and we really appreciate you. 1:40 left, up by 10. Just need to prolong the drive and not give up a fast touchdown. Wink calls 2 6-man rushes in a row.
I know. So I'm going to hit on that when we go into this segment. I mean, I don't get it. This is what we were warned about, though. That's what I'll just say. We were warned about this.
Absolutely. And then this brings us down, thanks to Elisha, this brings us down to 33 away from the 3rd hour. We're already going 2, but you're 33 away. We get a 3rd hour. The RPO is working. Did we get away from it?
We got away from a lot. We got away from some of the motions we were doing. We got away from some of the play action we were doing. I think, I don't know. It's like the team it's like Sharon was just like, okay, just run Khalil Mullins, B gap, outside run here, A gap run here. It lost its, like, I don't want to say creativity because it was never really creative, but it was a strong play calling from, given our strengths in the first half. I don't know. It's like they almost went conservative, even more conservative to our already conservative play style. Uh, Sharon needs to have a late night tonight. He needs to really, I think he needs to watch, and he will. I think he will. Like, I don't think he's going home thinking we had a great game today. I mean, I think he's going to put the work in, but he's got to look in the mirror on this one.
Well, let's go ahead and tackle the defense. We had a couple of super chatters asking about it. What was your take on? And I will just say before you go, I will say also tale of two. Just like with in general, it definitely felt like to me they had their they came off with some intensity in the first half, but some of the Wink Martindale decisions and some of the 6-man, as we're talking about these blitzes and things, yeah, there's been some question marks on his decision making. TJ, what was your thought on the defense today?
It was far better last week than this week. I think Jair Hill is definitely a positive and a bright spot right now. I think we're starting to see him really grow and develop, and I'm excited for Will Johnson to get back because I think those two are going to be. I think Jair Hill is getting close to elite status on the other side of the defense. I think Jair Hill is really stepping up. I think he's a name. I think he's becoming a name like we anticipated, along with Zeke Berry. I mean that strip he had at the fumble was absolutely just excellent awareness and good football play. Obviously, Mason Graham had a day today. I think he's going to win our Leaders and Best award, even though I think I just cut the line and announced it. Houseman, I thought Houseman looked really good today. I really did. I thought Houseman really shined today. I thought the defense up until the fourth quarter did their job, John. I have that in my notes. The defense did their job. And then I have notes, except for the fourth quarter, John, except for the fourth quarter where they give up 21 freaking points. And I'm not even going to put that on. I'm going to put that on two things. What do I think caused that, John? I think one, I think we got tired. I think our lack of depth started to have an effect. And I had Darren Talks Ball texted me during the game, and he's like, "Did you see they had Ike Awana and Rayshon Benny out there on that scoring drive?" And I'm thinking, and I didn't. There's another thing I didn't notice. There's just so much going on in the game. I didn't identify it, and but it's because they're trying to get these guys rest because they're lacking the depth. This is one of the concerns we had, and then it's play calling. Wink Martindale is letting the defense down, putting guys on islands, making them vulnerable, putting them in positions that is not optimal for success. His timing on some of these blitzes are piss poor. Why are you doing a 6-man blitz when it's like at the 15-yard line and there's no need for this? Like, I don't even know what you're doing. You're leaving guys on islands. You're letting them get exposed. This is not Don Brown shit, but you're not far from it. You got to do a better job, Wink. I mean, you were doing fine in so much here, what you were doing today. Although I will say this too, there was a bit of a lack of pressure today. I know Mason Graham had 2 sacks. I think, let me look up the stats here real quick. I think, how many sacks did we have on the day, John? 2, 3, 4.
It was 5, I believe. Yep, 5.
5 sacks. I mean, that's actually pretty good. But I also thought at times during the game today, specifically the third quarter, there was a lack of pressure. Now, granted, Josiah Stewart was out. That's going to happen. Will Johnson locking down one side of the field. That's going to happen, right? You're losing 2 NFL players, 1 top 10 player, arguably 2 day 1 and day 2 players. So yeah, that's going to affect your defense. But even so, when you have Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, and where was Derek Moore today?
I didn't see him do
Don't
much.
Don't know. I do think another bright spot I think that's on the rise is Brandon Hillman. I think he's starting to shine. I think Quentin Johnson's going to lose that job at some point. And I think
Jair is looking better. I think Jair and Barham, as Elisha just said in his $2 super chat, Barham played a little better. He blew up a guard. So some pieces, some of our athletes on D are stepping it up a little.
Yeah. The last thing I want to hit on with the D, John, is what is up with our missed tackling.
Yeah, that's not like
What
us.
is this arm tackling bullshit, bro? Why are we arm tackling, whiffing on guys? Like the amount of yards after contact is wild. Like it's normal if you're USC or you're a Big 12 team. This is not normal for Michigan football. Uh, it's just the reality is in the second half. I guess, do you want to hit on conclusions, John, or do you wanted to take it? Do you want to give your take on defense?
I mean, I've been sprinkling my take throughout, but yeah, I think the bottom line is, yeah, it's not even like Don Brown. It's like Alex Grinch. I mean, with respect to the inability to bring guys down, I mean, that is not Michigan behavior. And I did see some, here's the thing. Like last year, what was so good about the back half of that season was the consistency across the board. Whereas here, you see semblances of like the of what we did last year. You see semblances of the physicality, and then there's just like plays that are just like, what was that? And it's on both sides of the ball. And how do you get that consistency? Well, I think Herbert and his absence is starting to really show up here. Because I think part of the consistency is Herbert's daily regimen that he put on the players. He was one of their primary points of contact, and he established that like physicality, that culture. And maybe Tress, there's some gaps there.
Yeah,
I don't
he's not
know. I mean,
Herbert.
I'm not there, but he's not
Well,
Herbert.
yeah, I mean, I think that's actually a great point that I didn't think. I mean, I've thought about it previously, but not today. You're probably right. The loss of Coach Herbert is having its effect as well, man. I mean, the mentality, the mental. It wasn't just endurance and physical strength; it was the mental development that he put these players through, uh, turning these dudes into legit savages who. No matter the situation, no matter the elements, they're gonna figure out a way. That's what's Coach Herbert's philosophy is. You figure out a way. It doesn't matter what's in front of you. Sometimes I think we are seeing this team take lapses, and we're not used to that. That's a new development, and it's frustrating as hell to watch.
Absolutely. We've got two more.
I know how Ohio State feels. It sucks.
Yeah, Michael, another one. DJ Khaled over here with the 5 against Texas, and then fourth quarter today. We put subs out, Benny and Ike, who are good, but we need dominant, and teams go hurry up and get fast touchdowns.
I think Rayshon Benny's fine. I'm curious with Ike Awana. I'd like to see more from Enau Etta, but I really think the drop off comes behind Derek Moore and Josiah Stewart. I mean, I think TJ Guy, we saw him get a sack today. Man, I expected more out of him. He still looks raw. He looks really raw to me. We don't have the rushers behind Josiah Stewart and TJ and Derek Moore. We just don't, and I think that's one of the bigger issues. I think that's a bigger issue than Rayshon Benny. I think Rayshon Benny's actually would be a starter on 80% of Power Four teams, probably 90 to be honest. I mean, he's a damn good player. He'll probably make it to the NFL. Ike Awana, yeah, I've seen him get pushed back a little too much.
Yeah. Elisha bringing us to just $19 to go to get a third hour of the show. Let's go here. Elisha with the 5. We have the personnel, but Wink increasing his inner Don Brown on that last TD driver, man blitzing 2 times in a row, and TJ, even Joel Klatt pointing it out. Like, what are like kind of in like a what are we doing? What are they doing type of sense.
It almost feels like he's trying to be creative and catch an offense off guard, but it's like the quarterback was waiting for it. He got rid of that ball so quick when he did that. Like, what are we doing here? Just play consistent ball, Wink. You're not outsmarting these quarterbacks. You're just not. That's one thing. Like, Wink Martindale thinks he's going to outsmart these guys. You're not. And I'll be honest, so far, 5 games in, yeah, we're looking at a downgrade from Jesse Minter and Mike McDonald. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. Now, don't get me wrong, though, there's room for improvement, and it's possible this defense does get its shit together and Wink Martindale finds himself. But as it stands with our current sample size, a bit of a downgrade.
Dodoy with another one here. What will we say if this team beats OSU, wins Big Ten? Have a fucking parade? Like,
Oh, all right. What will we say? We're doing like a 24-hour stream. Drinks are on me. No, I'm just kidding. But no, we're partying our asses off. Is what we're gonna do. No, yeah, we'd go nuts, man. I mean, listen, I still got to see what Ohio State has to offer because their strength of schedule is 131st in the nation. So those Buckeyes who are beating their chest with little Will Howard, you're gonna be regretting Kyle McCord went to Syracuse. But that said, we'll see. I mean, I do think Ohio State's one of the better teams in college football, and hopefully Michigan can find itself by that game. But I'm not. I need a better opponent to see what Ohio State really is. I do think they are, even with their current 131st out of like 135 ranked schedule. I think they are probably a top 5 team in the nation, but I'm still in observation mode, and I'm definitely not sold on Will Howard. I don't think he's an upgrade.
All right. Well, we're about to, TJ, the callers have been waiting very patiently. We appreciate that. But we do want to give a one more message from the sponsor today, Win Agency. Thank you, Win Agency, so much. At the Win Agency, their priority is ensuring that you and your family have the proper health coverage every single year. They understand that healthcare needs change over time, which is why they take the time to evaluate your specific situation. The team at Win Agency doesn't just stop at finding a plan. They're committed to reviewing your coverage every year to guarantee it continues to meet your evolving needs. They go above and beyond to provide the best possible service, making the entire process as simple and stress-free as possible. In fact, if the Win Agency offered any better service to Michigan fans, the NCAA might just feel compelled to open up a 5-year investigation.
And they would.
Throw the hammers in there for that one. Everybody hammer, Fisher Price hammer emoji. Thank you so much to the Win Agency. You guys rock, and we really thank you for sponsoring Michigan Postgame Live this season.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's get to our first call, and we're going to do 5-minute calls. Give your main point, and then a final thought, and we're just going to keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. We got Nick, who's not only a Michigan fan, he's also a YouTube member here. Nick, what did you think of this game and what happened?
I think this is a team that's going to have to learn when one guy makes a mistake, everyone cannot also start making mistakes at the same time. I thought the defense collapsed in the fourth quarter. There's a couple reasons for that, but you guys already hit on it. And then, yeah, I think Alex Orji did take a step forward, and I think he'll continue to improve. I did feel like offensive play calling kind of went into a shell as soon as he threw that interception. But a few interceptions are going to be expected with a guy who hasn't played a lot and who's still trying to work on his accuracy downfield. So hopefully they can be a little gracious with him and still keep letting him pass the ball so he can develop. So that's all I got for you. Thanks, guys.
Wait, Nick, you're leaving already?
You said just a couple minutes. I just wanted to get through my points. I'll stick around if you have any questions.
You're all right, man. But I think, I think we all saw what we saw today. I think we all saw, to your point, the defense lapsing in the second half here. I think, I'm glad that you see what we see in terms of, because we have some people in the comments saying, what improvements from Alex Orji did you see? I mean, I think it was quite clear that there was improvement. I think Orji definitely was a better quarterback today. Now, listen, the bar was low. You can only really go up. So, again, I think next week against Washington, we got another opportunity here to find our game and clean things up. So we'll see what the boys do. What do you think about it, John?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think I was even telling you, TJ, and I think I was telling Moose, like, first half, I was like, Alex Orji, he did what I wanted him to do. He took care of the football. He didn't make mistakes until that pick, right? Were there some missed opportunities in the receiving game where they got open? Yes. But I did think that overall in the first half, he did a great job. Second half, left a lot to be desired, and that interception was one where, like you said, Donovan Edwards was wide open. There were other plays where wide receivers, I do think the play overall does need to be significantly improved, but there were plays where wide receivers were open, and I think he is tempted to just go to Loveland and just force it to Loveland. And sometimes Loveland's not the best option because they know that Orgy's going to go to Loveland in the pass game, so they're going to cover him. And so you've got to look at other options because Loveland, as good as he is, isn't going to be open 100% of the time. Like, you've got to go to Kendrick Bell. You've got to go to Tyler Morris. CJ Charleston was in this game, believe it or not. And so some of these wide receivers.
Where was Samaj Morgan?
Was he working through? I think he wasn't questionable, or was he in the game?
I don't know. I didn't see him in the game.
I think
So
he
I
was
don't know. I
questionable.
didn't hear
Yeah.
he was injured, but if he was, then that's on me. Chad, let us know. Was Samaj Morgan injured? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I didn't see him in the line. I didn't see him at least in the plays that I was like looking for the who was in the receiving game. I didn't. Yeah, Keegan. Thank you. Yeah.
If Sharon was smart, he would can Ron Bellamy today and go hire whoever Andrew Marsh's high school receivers coach is, because I'm sure that guy can't be a lot worse than Bellamy at this point, and at least you would probably have a better shot of keeping Marsh in the class. I don't know, dude. I'm so off the Bellamy train. It's not even funny. Like, I was teetering for a while.
Yep.
But I don't know, man. And you hear some of the Michigan beat writers are trying to defend. Well, it's just a really tough thing to do at Michigan. He's underappreciated. And it's like, dude, but yeah, like, just the basics, man. Every week you got wide receivers falling down. What are the odds of that?
Poor route running, falling down, not getting the separation. It's not all on Orgy. Orgy missed some, no question. But if you're like putting Alex Orgy on a team, like, let's put Alex Orgy on Alabama. I think he gets a lot more passing yards. I can tell you what, those receivers are wide ass open all the time.
Oh yeah, Kalen DeBoer. I think he could coach Orgy up.
Absolutely. So I think that's an indictment on the receiving game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the two coaches, if we're going to spotlight two coaches who need some hot seat, it's definitely Ron Bellamy and Brian Jean-Marie. That's where I am with that. And it's only also Kirk Campbell and Wink Martindale are not impressing me either as it stands.
He's still on the staff. The right guy to hire as linebackers coach was Latroy Lewis.
Yeah,
that guy. He helped last year with Jesse Minter's dad. But I think he would have been a much better replacement than Brian. I don't think Brian Jean-Marie is a terrible coach. I just think
I do. He was our coach in 2020, if you remember, and that was a terrible defense.
Then he went to Tennessee, and they weren't great, but they weren't a disaster. But
he was terrible at Texas. He was the linebacker. He was the defensive coordinator he was defensive coordinator at USF. They were terrible there.
Since we're talking history, I just want to tackle the super chat and then get your take, and then we'll move on to Adam. But Elisha with the 5, the more that I watch these games makes me want Ward Manuel gone. He let Harbaugh go, in caps, and very true. And our recruiting in recent years due to NIL is showing. I'd like to get both of your takes on that.
I'll go first. I'll let Nick hit it after. But so you may not have to wait long for Ward to be gone. His contract is up next year. It has not been renewed. There's rumblings that there's a reason why it's not renewed. I'll leave it there. And then regarding Harbaugh, I know the argument is he was going to go to the NFL regardless, but here's what we do know. Michigan did not make its best offer to Harbaugh until after the Chargers gave their $17 million a year offer. Harbaugh was looking for a better offer with a contract clause for a while, and Michigan decided to putz around on that. And then I 100% agree with you. We are 100% seeing what post-NIL college football. I'm sorry. We are now seeing what the NIL era of college football is. This is what happens when you don't recruit at a high level and get elite players at premium positions, quarterback, wide receiver, depth is lacking. This is what happens. So to everybody, and I had a lot of debate with these people, so I'll just call my shot here. And I did this prior to being on the show, John. I've been in a lot of message board debates. The development angle and Michigan's just going to always find these gems is bullshit. Okay, this is college football. You have to get talent. That's the foundation of any program. And then you supplement that talent with portal acquisitions. And to play that game, you have to be evolved in the current times of college football. When everybody down to freaking Indiana is buying players, you have to play ball. And unfortunately, Michigan did not get its shit together in terms of NIL until January. And even then, it wasn't together. It was with their wake-up call when teams tried poaching our players. They finally got their shit together in about March, April. And even so, we have like a top 15 NIL budget, not a top 10 NIL budget. And it's showing. This is why recruiting has stalled, by the way.
Nick, I'm going to get to your take, but I do want to just announce that we have hit the 3rd hour. We have unlocked the 3rd hour of the show, thanks to everybody's generosity. So thank you, everybody, and go blue. Nick, go for it.
Well, I'm not a Brian Jean-Marie defender, so I will defer to TJ on this, get him the hell out of there as well. As long as Ron Bellamy goes with him, that's the only requirement. But yeah, and then I guess cover up your kids' ears, folks, because Ward Manuel needs to get the fuck out of here. He needs to go as far away from here as possible. He's a total dinosaur when it comes to NIL. He is a dick rider for regents who are also dinosaurs.
That's true.
And the dude only sticks his head out to speak publicly for his own image and not the image of the athletic department. So he can get the fuck out of here too. And as far as this goes, I completely agree. Michigan needs to tamper. They've already called us cheaters. If they want to see real cheating, then let's start just openly paying players Lambos, Coke, strippers. Do people think Louisville? Hey, I'm just saying, would Louisville have won that national championship without strippers and Coke? Absolutely not. So, I mean, if we're gonna go full hog, let's go full hog, dude. It's
Didn't Louisville lose their title?
That they won it on the court.
Everybody remembers they won it. So that's always what Josh Pate says. Josh Pate's always like, everybody remembers that it happened.
Because a dude named Luke Hancock made 4 3-pointers in a row. Anyway, we don't need to go down that painful.
All right. But Nick, any final thoughts for us?
Those are my final thoughts, man. Let's start tampering. I'm all for it.
All right.
Get them 5 stars.
So, there it is.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay.
Go blue, my friend.
Go blue.
Let them know. Regarding tampering, tampering, there is a legal way to tamper. You just contact the player's agents or their coach or their family. As long as you are not in direct contact to the player, that's what's illegal. So you can have conversations, or you can have players on your team who know the player. So if, say, you have a player on your team, player X, he played high school ball, or he did the 7-on-7s, or that, they know each other from camps, whatever, they can reach out. And this happens. This is, I don't know, an open secret, I guess. They can reach out to that player and be like, hey, like, I'll give you a great example. Sanders Still and Josiah Stewart. Sanders Still played high school ball with Josiah Stewart. They were talking, they were talking. So these things happen, and Michigan can play ball like every other team is doing legally without truly tampering. So again, the big boy programs do this. Michigan does do this to an extent, but they need to get more aggressive. And I think the reason why they're not more aggressive is because the NIL budget is not where it needs to be, because majority of our NIL budget is allocated to players on the roster.
Yep. Couldn't have said it better. And Elisha, so we got 3 super chats to knock out here, thanks to your generosity. 4 now, and you guys have unlocked the 3rd hour of the show, and now we're working towards the 4th hour. That's right, folks. Let's go. Why does it seem like we only have one game plan? Last week we were creative in the run game with QB runs, but we didn't carry those QB design runs today.
Well, I think the reality is because I think Minnesota had actually a better strategy against our run game today. The way they were loading the box, the way they were coming downhill. There is zero respect for our passing game, which is why we should be able. Where's the Marion Walker? Like, where's this guy? That was their solution. CJ Charleston and Amarion Walker was the solution for wide receiver. Another swing and miss by the coaching staff. Yeah, I mean, there's just no respect for that. And then one thing about Alex Orji and his running ability, is he capable? Yes, he's just not a burner. He's more of a bruising type running back. Like he's hard to get down. I would actually like to see him slide, but I don't think it's in his game. I don't think it's sustainable the way he's playing. But I hope for the best here, obviously. So we'll see. I mean, listen, we're Elijah. The reality is we're just limited offensively. Defensively, we're not. Defensively, there's no excuse for these mishaps in the second half. That should not be happening.
Right.
Depth or not should not be happening. Offensively, we're one-dimensional, and teams know it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I do think there is an element of keep it a little vanilla today. I do think that that's the case. But unlike what I thought before the Texas game, where I did think it was like, well, they're unleashing a whole load of stuff against Texas. I do think there's a limit to our offense in general. So are they going to be as creative as they could be against Minnesota? No. But is there a limit to our offense? Absolutely there is. I think both are true.
Oh, and there's a comment, just to interject here, John. There's a comment saying fans can donate to NIL. This is true. And I also want to say me and John are talking behind the scenes on doing something for that with the show. So stay tuned. We'll see. I'm thinking like when they do their fund in January, we're going to try and do something to raise funds for that. So be on the lookout. We agree. It's also the fans' responsibility, which is crazy. I know. But the fans can help, and we will do our best to do our part. I'll say that.
Matt Miller, who's the host of multiple shows here at the Voice of College Football, Texas Longhorns Live, and now the SEC show as well. Wisconsin is up 21-10 versus USC first half. Tim may explode, and we actually have a USC caller coming up here in a little bit too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say if USC loses today, I highly recommend everybody go to the USC Live post-game show and enjoy your entertainment because it's going to be a good one.
Get your popcorn ready.
There. Yeah, I will. If it's a loss, you'll see me in the chat.
Tom with the 5. Loveland's been wide open deep down the sideline every game, and neither QB has tried to hit him. I think they've tried to hit Loveland. I think the part of the issue has been they've been focusing on Loveland too much. I think they need to spread it out more.
Yeah, I mean, well, Tom's, I think, he's getting at there, and I'm going to rewatch the game. I'm going to look to see how many open receivers there were. What is Orji missing? I know the Edwards one was a glaring one. I also want to see how far off the DBs were playing our wide receivers. Because if it is how a couple of our posters have said, where they're about 10 yards off the receiver, then that's on the coaching staff. That's on the coaching staff for not making the adjustment. That's on Kirk Campbell for not talking in Alex Orji's ear and letting him know what's going on. Like I'm going to rewatch the game. If that's the case, then Tuesday's show is going to be a wild one.
Yeah, we're gonna be reviewing the film very closely on this one to see what happened. And Elisha with the 5, helping us. We are now 92 away from a 4th hour, so we are going no matter what. Another hour and a half. So. Keep it coming, and let's make it happen. I don't think Michigan fans realize that the Hutchinsons, Corums, JJs, Mozzie, Daxton Hill, Will Johnson might not have come to Michigan in the NIL era. Didn't Blake say that?
I believe it was Blake Corum. If it wasn't Blake Corum, then it was Roman Wilson. Somebody said it during the when they did their player interviews during the national championship run, where the media meets with the players. One of the players, it was either Corum or Roman Wilson, said, if NIL was around I think it might have been Corum, when NIL was around, or if NIL was around when I was a recruit, I probably wouldn't be at Michigan. So, we got very lucky with the players we got pre-NIL.
And another one from Elisha, bringing us to 87 to go for fourth hour. Texas spent a bag to get Bond from Bama. OSU spent a bag for Smith. Michigan's solution was to get a cornerback from the portal that hasn't played wide receiver in years. Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, and Michigan needs to step its game up. They need to play ball. And listen, I know they're aware of it. If anyone saw Ward Manuel's interview that Nick called out saying it was for his own service, I actually liked the Ward Manuel interview. I appreciated him being transparent and being public. I think he needs to do that. I think it is on the athletic director to do that. If you go to a certain message board, they'll tell you that's not true. But regardless, and I want to give a correction here. So our boy Keegan corrected me. He said it was Roman Wilson who said it, not Blake Corum. I knew it was one of the two. But yeah, one of them definitely mentioned that would be the case. But regardless, and I do think Michigan is evolving. I mean, look, you're seeing already with the donor base. You saw the public comments of Dave Portnoy. Listen, there's going to be some wealthy Michigan fans who are this is going to piss them off. Like, and it's not only going to piss off the Michigan. Like, I'm going to tell you guys right now. Like, and you guys know this. Like, if you do not succeed, you find out how to succeed. You will grow. You will evolve. Michigan may have to go through a little bit of that.
Absolutely. Let's go rapid fire through some calls. Everybody's been very patient, and I'm very curious to hear what Adam Lamparello has to say on this game and also the game that's currently going on over there for you guys. Adam, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me here, guys. You did win the game, so congratulations. And great analysis by both of you. Thank you. Always a great show. So I'll say what I said on a prior show. I am riding first class on the Davis Warren train, and I think he needs to be the starter immediately. So Orji last week, 7 of 12 for 32 yards, 3.3 yards per rush. I think this week he was maybe 10 of 15 for maybe 86 yards and 2.9 yards per rush.
You're being too kind. He was 10 for 18.
10 for 18, I'm sorry, and a bad interception. When you compare that to Davis Warren, who had a 66% completion rate through 3 games, 22 of 33 against Texas, I think Davis Warren is clearly the better quarterback. And look, you guys have to go at Washington. You have to go at Illinois. You have to go at Indiana. You have to play Oregon. You have to go to Ohio State. Orji is not a quarterback. He is not a great runner. He is not a great passer. And he is going to cost you 3 to 4 games. And I think Sharon should do the right thing and replace him immediately. And, some people want to blame the play calling, the coaches, the wideouts. This is exactly what Alabama did with Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe can do no wrong at Bama, no matter what he does. In the Michigan game, they blamed Tommy Rees for the play calling. In the Texas game, they blamed the play calling and the coaches. The bottom line is, Alex Orji, if you look at his stats and you compare them to Warren's, yeah, Warren threw interceptions, but that doesn't mean he was going to continue throwing interceptions. They were fixable problems, and he could have been developed more to become a relatively good quarterback and bring balance to Michigan's offense, because with a one-dimensional offense, you're not going to beat these teams. And if you're going to blame everyone else but Orji, I think it's going to come back to bite you. So what I was going to ask you guys is, on this show today, are you going to call for the benching of Alex Orji and the reinstatement of Davis Warren at quarterback?
John, do you want to take it first, and I'll go after you?
Hell no.
All right, so I'll go next. The reason why I'm going to stick with Orji is because the problem with Davis Warren, he's a better passer. We know this. There appears to be a decision-making issue with Davis Warren, an inconsistency somewhere in his game. And it's weird because he throws really well, but occasionally he'll throw a real wild ball, ball that anything can happen. And we saw it really hurt us against Texas, and then against Arkansas State. But it just appears to me with Davis Warren, although granted, listen, we've seen Davis Warren drive the field better. We've seen him obviously be a better thrower. We've seen the offense actually do more, but turnovers are killers. You know this, Adam. Like, if you don't win the turnover margin, your probability of winning a game severely declines. And that's the concern. The concern is that if he didn't have that problem, we have people calling for Jack Tuttle right now. And the reason why is people are searching for solutions. So I get it. And this is going to be the debate for the year. Is it Orji? Is it Warren? Is it Tuttle? Is it Jaden Davis? People are asking for Jaden Davis, our freshman quarterback, who's just not ready yet. So it's a fair point. And this is what's going to be interesting is and I agree with you. I think you bring a great point where you're like, okay, well, look at what's on our schedule. Illinois, they look like a good team. Indiana looks like a good team. We're on the road on those games, okay? And we all know it. Ohio State's coming for blood. They have to. They got some demons that they gotta get out, right? So, and Ryan Day's job might be close to on the line if they don't win that game. So they're coming with everything. We know that from the offseason. And then obviously there's Oregon State and then Michigan State too. The rivalry game is a thing. So, granted, I think we'll win that game. But the point is, there's validity to what you're saying. It's just I'm still gonna rock with Orji because here's why. I saw some development. I do think the coaching staff lets the players down at times, though. I don't think our coaching staff. It's an inexperienced staff, Adam. They just seem to be making a lot of errors on their end, at least. They're not helping sometimes.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you rather have a quarterback that throws on average 3 touchdowns a game against 2 interceptions, or a quarterback that throws 0 touchdowns and 0 interceptions?
So with our team, the way it's built, running and defensively, although Wink Martindale is really hurting that cause right now, you can win. We can win that way. We really can. Now, is our ceiling capped? Absolutely. Now, I think what you're saying is you're saying with Davis Warren, your premise is our ceiling is far higher. We could potentially compete for a Big Ten championship or maybe even make a little run in the playoff. I think, to be honest, the fan base is like, well, let's just have a good year because this could be bad. It could the way it was looking against Texas and even Arkansas State, it was like, oh shit, this might be like a 7-win season. We just want a good year right now. We know we have an issue. I don't know if anyone has faith that we could make a playoff run right now, Mm-hmm. But I agree. I think you're looking at the ceiling. You're looking at why not try to reach your full potential.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Michigan fans in the chat, and a lot of respect for Michigan fans, but it seems like the intolerance that you have for the intolerance that you have for Warren is not congruous with the tolerance that you have for Orji. These comments people are willing to go with Orji. I haven't heard one thing about his bad interception, and there's this antipathy towards Davis Warren that I think is unwarranted. Interceptions are fixable. You have to believe in development. That's what Bama did with Milroe. You guys want to toss Warren aside. You've now got a one-dimensional offense with a QB who hasn't thrown for 100 yards in each game and threw his first interception today and is running at a pace of 3.3 and 2.9 yards per carry in each game. That's a prescription for failure against better teams. And it kind of makes me disappointed for Michigan because as much as I'm not a Michigan fan, I will tell you I respect them and I like to see when Michigan succeeds because it's good for college football. I don't think Warren's the answer.
Let me ask you, how much of the first 3 games did you watch?
I watched 2 of them. I did not watch the Arkansas State game.
That was a bad one.
That was a bad
one.
I
watched the highlights of that. It was bad.
It was bad. But I'll say this though. One thing that I am disappointed on is Alex Orji's lack of running ability. You're right. What is the yard? This game, he was averaging 1.3 yards a carry.
It's not great.
You're supposed to be a mobile quarterback. This is supposed to be what separates you. So I'll give you that. That's a disappointing aspect of this game. It's not. He is not excelling enough in that area that's supposed to be his strength to not cause question, which is what you're doing. And I think you're bringing. I know our comment, our community is like, Warren, no Warren, no Warren, Alex Orji. I think I'll tell you this. I think there's hope within the fan base that Orji can be more. They see the Jalen Milroe archetype, and they're hoping we can get 80% there.
Yeah, no, I totally understand the point for Orji, but for the people in the chat, what I'd say is I'm not advocating for Davis Warren in a vacuum. It's relative. It's relative to what I'm seeing from Orji. And when I look at what Davis Warren could do, I think his ceiling is higher, and I think he'd bring balance against better teams. Now, as far as USC goes, USC is dominating time of possession against Wisconsin and losing by 11 at the half with 3 turnovers. And Wisconsin is being more physical and dominating USC in the trenches. It really is painful to watch. So I'm not sure who's in a worse position going forward, USC or Michigan. But much respect for you guys, and best of luck for the rest of the year. Thank you so much for having me on.
One thing, Adam. So this is interesting because one of the things coming into the season for the Pac-12 teams was the physicality of play. As a USC fan, what do you think about what you're seeing? Do you think it was a legitimate concern?
Yeah, before we entered the Big Ten, I went on the USC show and said I think it was the worst decision our AD could have made because the Big Ten is more physical and they're tougher, and we're going to have to go across the country several times and face teams like Michigan, like Ohio State, okay? And we're going to struggle because they are going to be tougher. And I think we saw that in the trenches against Michigan last week, and I think we're seeing it against Wisconsin today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some we're definitely have to watch. And we saw last night Washington get beat by Rutgers. The Pac-12 is not having a good introduction to the Big Ten so far.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
And Adam, for everyone who doesn't know, Adam has joined the Voice of College Football Network. You will get his expert analysis on not only the Rutgers channel, he will be heading our Rutgers. So shout out to Rutgers and their victory last night.
Oh, snap.
And those jerseys looked absolutely sick. I love those jerseys last night for Rutgers. And not only that, doing contributions on the USC channel. So be on the lookout for Adam Lamparello on the Voice of College Football Network, another sharp analyst added to the team. Thank you for calling.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that.
We appreciate it, man.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Adam.
Take care.
Yeah.
All right.
Big fan of Adam, dude. I think he's
I'm happy to hear he's going to be heading up the Rutgers channel. That's great.
I know, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for that, actually.
We're going to have every major Power 5 program represented at the Voice of College Football Network, and we're building that one by one. It's happening.
Power 4, that Pac-12 must
yes.
right now. Pac-12 must right now. I don't know if we're going to get they're not even a conference yet, to be so we'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to have a Utah State channel. I don't know.
Well, we're going to get there. Believe it. We got the vision, and Jeffrey did a great job with the Indiana show.
Yeah, we actually
his first show.
Breaking news: we just added a TCU channel and a Missouri channel. So our network is growing by the week. We're adding like 2 channels a week right now. So I mean, we're crushing. There's a lot of demand. Anyone who's watching, if you I'll throw a call out here. If you guys are interested in doing college football analysis and you would like to head a channel, now granted I'm talking to a Michigan crowd, so I may not get much here, but if you want, you can reach out to me, and you just got to send us a tape of your capabilities, and we'll review it, and we'll see if there's a team that fits you or you are passionate about that is not Michigan. Obviously we're full here, but let us know. You can reach out to me on socials. And we'll take a look.
Absolutely. Always up for good talent. Elisha with the 2, you can't compare Bama's wide receivers to Michigan's. Sure, I can, from the perspective of why can't Michigan go out and get some of those types of wide receivers? What's stopping Michigan from paying and playing the game like everybody else to at least get talent and a feature back?
Okay, for one, you're right. You're right. There's no reason Michigan cannot compete at a higher level. That's on Michigan, okay? And it's not like, well, Michigan's offense limits them and they don't have the quarterbacks and it's not appealing. Listen, there are terrible teams out there landing elite receivers, and it's because they pay the money. But I just want to give some recognition here. Indiana is a problem. Did anyone see Indiana's score today? They just whooped Maryland. Where's the score at? Shoot. I just saw it on TV. I don't know. They killed them. So Indiana's looking like Kurt Cignetti, and we have an Indiana channel, so check that out. But Kurt Cignetti's looking like, his press conference when he did the Big Ten Media Days, and he was like, basically, I don't care about Ohio State. I don't care. We're coming to play. Now, granted, when he faces the bigger boys, we'll see how he does. But, I mean, he really is coming in here like he doesn't give a shit who he plays. So, I mean, shout out to Indiana. 42-28 Indiana.
28, and they're 5-0.
Man, them boys can play.
5-0. Indiana. They went 2-10 last year.
Yeah, man. Kurt Cignetti's a problem.
Drufus with the 2 agrees with Adam. Is calling for Davis Warren. And then Elisha disagrees. If Warren is the QB, we won't be able to run or pass.
To me, it's a turnover problem. I actually think Warren's the better thrower. I mean, we know that. I don't think anyone's arguing that. I think, I will say I'm a bit underwhelmed with the strength of Alex Orji's game, which is his mobility.
Yeah, same. He's the better thrower. I don't think anybody can argue with that, but the inconsistency is a big problem. Six interceptions when you're not getting, like, it's one thing to get 6 interceptions if you're playing like Brett Favre. It's another to get because he was famous for his interceptions, but it's another when you're just passable, if that, like, overall. And Orji, he did throw a pick today, but he's just been making overall better decisions in terms of protecting the football. And when you have an elite very good defense like Michigan has, it should be elite, but right now playing, I'd say more like good to very good. And then a run game, you need to just be able to be a game manager, protect the football, and then use your legs. We haven't really seen much on the legs front. And I think, but still, I think that given those two options, I think Sharon Moore is going to take the game manager every single time.
I mean, he saw with Cade, but even Cade was a little more effective. But we'll see. We'll get to our next caller though. They're waiting patiently, or after our super chats. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got 3 more super chats. Okay. So we're 72 away from the 4th hour. Elisha with the 5. OSU won't go zone against our wide receivers. Y'all thought they blitzed crazy in 22. 2024 is about to be a movie.
Yeah, I'm interested. I don't know. I mean, our offensive line's a liability, especially the right side. We'll see. To be determined on the approach that the approach Ohio State takes to us. But I'll say no one's respecting our pass game, so it'll be interesting. They may put their guys on islands and say, "We dare you."
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen with Ohio. They always have something up their sleeve. Nick with the 2. Isaiah Bond would be here for $300,000 and some 8 balls. Okay, thanks, Nick.
Nick needs to head our NIL efforts. I'll tell you.
Yeah, there you go.
Jerry Wagner needs to give you a call, Nick.
There's a place for everybody who's a part of our community. Whether you want to be a talent on screen or whether you want to head up some NIL efforts, there's a place for you.
Nick's like Uncle T. Who? I'll show you Uncle T. Uncle N, baby.
Yeah. Elisha, Warren would be a higher ceiling if we had wide receiver weapons.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, higher ceiling, but I'd still worry about inconsistency there. Even with better weapons, Colston Loveland's a weapon. I do think the wide receiver room is awful at the moment, but yeah, so I think you're right technically, but I also think there could be more picks too. Elisha with the 5. You can't compare Milroe to Orji. Milroe is not just big, but is extremely fast and shifty. Yeah, I'll give you that. I think Milroe plays a whole nother dimension right now versus Orji. I mean, I don't think it's close.
Yeah, Orji's not as fast as I think we all hope he was.
Yeah, there's still time, and I will say, what we have seen from Orji is he's taking his time and like he is trying to do reads, and so I think maybe that's also impacting it a little bit. Is that he's doing the right things when it comes to what you need to do as a quarterback, more so than what we've seen from him in the past, and what we've seen from Warren at times too. GT with the 10, bringing us down to 57 left, and then we get a 4th hour. So Michigan coaches once again got noticeably out-adjusted at halftime. I agree. We haven't seen that for 4 years, so it's frustrating to watch smaller programs do this to us. Let's see how we do on the road.
Yeah, big test for sure. I mean, there's no question the defense got out schemed in the second half. Offense, I'm wondering if we're just limited. Like what adjustments can we make like with this offense? Like, I don't know if our like, in strategy, one of your strengths is options. That's what makes a strong strategist is you have your options. we don't have options. Like, we're extremely limited in our toolkit here. So I don't know what type of counters we can do because of our limited approach and skill set, right? Like, we are literally, what wide receiver can we depend on? I'm not gonna name names, but
I can't even name anybody right now.
Loveland and
who?
Khalil Mullins and
Yeah.
Khalil Mullins. Like, and our offensive line is leaky. We're limited, guys. I mean, just the adjustments are just limited right now for our ability. Offensively, we're gonna have a hard time making adjustments. I'll say that.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your generosity. We really do appreciate it. And I'm not sure if you know Ramez, but I don't, so I'm gonna just he's good. Okay, good. But cool. So Ramez, we'll let you come in. Thank you for being so patient. And what do you got for us today?
Hello. Yeah, I called in this Thursday. Yeah, cool. And yeah, so I have like pretty much 180 degrees different opinion than our friend Adam.
Okay.
Adam. Yeah, as I said on Thursday, Devin Gardner said like what they're gonna do is like they're just gonna start sprinkling in more easy pass throws for Alex Orji, and you're gonna start seeing just a few easy, and then later on add a little bit more. After that, you got the bye week after Washington. You add a little bit more. Then after that, you start showing up as a totally different team. This is because it was late to get him in. Like, he did not have the Fresno and Arkansas, etc. So going back to Davis Warren, from what I've seen from Alex Orji, I even told TJ, I don't really care about the score. All I wanted to see is throws being caught. I saw Kendrick Bell a catch. I thought another one that was catchable, but he almost got hurt on that play. I saw a catch to Klein. Of course, Loveland, that goes without saying. So a lot of positive things. I did not see a tale of two halves. I actually saw a tale of a section and then a pile of craziness going after that. So I don't think it's just half divided. Like, you got the interception. This interception was very close to Loveland's hand. It's a bad throw, but to what point does Orji would think that a lot of people don't believe that if you throw something close to Loveland, he's not going to come down with it, right? So you're even going to throw like questionable things because you have a belief inside you, he's going to make it, right? That does not excuse it, right? And then after that, a pile of craziness. You got like a Hail Mary that got caught. You got like Jabril Pepper punt return. You got like you almost got the ball back on downs, and then you just did that personal foul. And then what is it? Mullings was going into the goal line, and then you had an unnecessary holding for no reason. So you just got so it's not just half divided. It was just a pile back to back craziness. And then when you look at Orji, what he did today, I think TJ said 86 yards or something like that. But you just don't count that. Orji is a package. So you also have to look at how many third downs he converted with his legs, and you add that to his performance, because you just don't take him as just a passer. You just look at him as a package. So that's kind of my take. I'm really happy with what I saw. I'm very actually positive with what I saw. And I really think they got what it takes to beat Washington right now. And given that I've seen Washington last night, and then that will take me to the bye. And then once I go to the bye, you saw also the O-line getting better today from the pass protection. You saw that Orji had the 2 seconds to make a throw today. You did not have that in the past. I know it's not a great O-line. I know it's not where it needs to be. And even if you ask Moore, he's going to tell you it's not where it needs to be. But you saw that he at least got the 1 second and a fraction even. You were not getting that at all. So you saw that this is at least getting better. And it's going to get better next week. And then once you go through the bye, after the bye, you're going to have a huge improvement on the O-line. Maybe the Origi thing, I'm wishful thinking, but the O-line will improve. Just needed more time to mesh, and it's getting there. So I'm actually really optimistic with what I saw today. I'm actually really happy with what I saw today. And I understand a lot of bad things happen, a lot of discipline, a lot of things needs to be cleaned up. But what I was worried about, that Origi cannot throw a single pass. And once I knew that he could actually make these throws, I was like, okay, thank God, we're good. We're good. We can do some damage. So, so that was one thing. And I know you guys want to keep the other guys on a call. So I just want to say my second point. I always get confused when you guys say about the transfer portal. Why didn't they get this or that? Guys, did you forget that we just have a documentary out there and they were under the microscope last year? Yes, TJ is correct. There is borderline legal that you can have a player contact somebody or you go through the agent. It's not 100% legal. It's not well defined. It's a gray area of what you can do and what you can't do. But Michigan had no chance whatsoever to even get in that borderline while the debacle was happening last year. They had to be 100% safe. Everybody's watching them. They had no chance of calling somebody to get into the portal to get them. So I see that. I was like, guys, come on. It has only been a few months back. We knew that we're under the microscope. So, yeah.
Well, Ramez, I'll say this. So Ward actually talked about that. He said that one of the reasons they were slow to, which I don't, maybe, he said one of the reasons they were slow to evolving their NIL approach is because the NCAA was looking at them under a microscope. But here's the thing, Ramez. In February, Tennessee, the courts or NCAA decided with their court battle with Tennessee that they are no longer going to enforce payment of players, or they're going to look at the payment of players for NIL, which basically opened the floodgates. So then you have the April portal open up. Michigan could have played ball. They could have played ball. And they did play ball. Like, they are playing ball. We didn't get, even though Nate Marshall's gone to Auburn, like, that wasn't a free, like, that's not, like, these aren't free recruits, guys. Like, Andrew Marsh is not a free recruit, right? Like, we are playing ball. We're just not to the level of these other elite schools. And then in terms of portal, I'll give you one, Ramez. Zavada did not come here because it just so happened Michigan called him after he entered the portal. Like, they're doing, like, they were already doing these things. Josiah Stewart was, well, no, that one was, I'm sorry.
They're playing the game.
Sanders still got him into the portal. But, like, the point being is, you can talk to the agent. You can have conversations with the agent, and there's no issue.
Yep.
Like, I'll give you one. Travis Etienne Jr. was was not almost a Michigan Wolverine, but was in conversations when he was still committed to Florida. And then he went to Georgia because he was looking for highest bidder. So that's what happened in the December portal. So, like, these things are they're happening, man. Like, it's a very open, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm making it more open, but it's a fairly open secret that this is how this goes. Michigan could have did more, and they chose not to. Here's what I think the limiting factor was for our portal in April. We didn't have the budget to play ball. The budget was not where it needed to be because all of our budget was allocated to retaining guys and not losing them to other teams getting poached. I don't think we had the financial capabilities to go after a top right tackle, wide receiver, or quarterback. I just don't think we were there. So I'm hoping this changes. We know Dave Portnoy publicly said he'll do $3 million a year just for one position. So, I mean, that gives you all the options in the world.
I take that with a grain of salt, though. You know,
I do. I think Dave Portnoy actually puts his money where his mouth is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He is a talker. Don't be wrong. He's he's very polarizing, if you will. But he definitely likes attention. There's no doubt. But he definitely, I don't know, man. He's one of those people that has so much money, he kind of doesn't give a shit. Like he has FU money, man, and that's kind of just where he is.
I want to ask a question, and then I will get off. I want to ask you guys a question. If you guys don't want to answer it, that's 100% fine. I hear like, even like when I watch the show of Idol, a lot of people like mention James Yoder on a fly. Even TJ, you said some things about James Yoder, Michigan, and then I also got was like James Yoder can pay $1 million. Because
Yeah, he said
I've seen his show.
I did hear he wanted to join the club on the
is the show of James Yoder that big time that generates that much revenue that you can pay him? I mean, this is why it caught my eye. And then TJ also, you say scripted things like James Yoder in Michigan, and then also Isaiah Holt said, "Oh, after the game, I saw him in a plane behind me. I did not want to say hi because there's things going on between them." I always see James Yoder issues scripted. I'm not sure if you guys could say, or since you guys are in the same space, you don't want to say. So even if you don't want to answer my question, I don't take offense to just say I'm going to deflect and let me go and.
No, all right. So here's the deal with James Yoder. All right, in terms of his financial capabilities, I don't fully know, but here's what he built. Chat Sports. He's the founder of it. They may be generating enough revenue for him to be able to spare $1 million. So that's that. I mean, it's I know he gets sponsors, and initially his business model was actually kind of the way YouTube used to be set up, the way he had people comment in the comments, and the way he built it, even though the way he was getting his information was what caused the biggest issues, and I'll get to that next. But he made it financially beneficial to where he could build Chat Sports into something that is generating revenue. Now, does he have the capability to do $1 million a year? I don't know. I mean, that's just what he said publicly. He says he would. So for those who don't know, Dave Portnoy said he was willing to spend $1 million to $3 million a year to get a quarterback every year for Michigan every year. And then James Yoder publicly said he is willing to also put $1 million into the quarterback fund, making it $4 million a year every year. So this way they can get a quarterback. These were publicly said. The reason why there's this separation between Michigan media and the university from James Yoder is because the way he used to do this segment called "People Are Talking," or it was like three things. It was like people are talking, it's happening, and something along those lines, right? But the reality was he was getting a lot of his intel from other insiders who have paywalls, and he was claiming himself to be a sort of insider. That's how he built his show, and that's how it kind of gained popularity. So the University of Michigan actually put out a notice for recruits to actually distance themselves from James Yoder. So there's people within the Michigan University who do not want to be a black sheep or an outlier.
Again, can you repeat? Again, TJ, what why did Michigan want to distance themselves away from James Yoder? Because he was what paywall? What can you repeat?
Because he claimed to be something he's not in terms of all right. Okay. So if anyone remembers the Zach Harrison, I'll give you one. I remember the Zach Harrison recruitment. You might not, Remez. He was one of the top players in the nation, like number 6 overall, lived in Ohio. He was trending very heavy to Michigan. Well, he kept making these public announcements that were behind paywalls. And there's a belief that this affected the Zach Harrison recruitment, and it affected Michigan's ability to land the commitment. Although Zach Harrison said after they lost to Ohio State, I can't lose to Michigan, or I can't lose to Ohio State every single year, because he was really, really interested in Michigan. Well, the reality is he started losing to Michigan because Jim Harbaugh started whooping his ass. But the point being is they felt like James Yoder was hurting recruiting and also putting out a false image, and Michigan wanted to distance themselves from them. And there's a letter out there. So, there is a letter that is public that has been leaked that Michigan put out telling people to avoid him.
Okay. Yeah. And before I go, I was a little bit tired of what I mean. I don't want to say comments about other shows on your show.
Ramez, this will be the last point, just because we've got a lot of
other. The last point. The reason I distanced myself from watching the James Yoder show, but the reason I watched it again because he was the first one that came out and said Davis Warren is the starter. I don't know how he got it, but he was actually the first one who came up with it. So I was like, okay, so I gotta watch. I guess he comes up with some good stuff.
I'll say this: look, as a show, we don't have any issue with James Yoder. Like everyone's walking their path, all right? Like we walk our path. Everyone has their own lanes. We stay in our lane. I have no issue with James Yoder. I was just simply sharing the perspective of what that dynamic is. I got no issue with the guy. And here's my belief. I think John's on my page. You guys are free to watch whoever you want. Listen to whoever you want. It's up to you guys to identify who's value, who's not value. And then it is what it is. Wherever the chips falls, where the chips fall. Our goal is to do our best to our ability. And, and everyone else walks their own path. So I'm not telling anybody to not listen or watch it. Like, do whatever you guys, however you feel, Ramez. If you like Yoder, hey, man, everyone has their.
That's my number one show. You guys are the best that I follow. Like, if I have to take a pick of my YouTube, I pick you guys as my number one show that I want to open up and watch. So
I appreciate that. We appreciate
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, don't be a stranger,
right.
Ramez.
Have a good one.
Calling Thursday today.
Go Blue.
See you guys. Bye. Good Blue.
Bye-bye.
Go Blue.
Okay. Yeah. No, we don't have any beefs with anyone, except maybe Buckeye Scoop, because I have a lot of problems with them.
I don't have a beef with them. I don't have a beef with them, but like, I mean, their business model is wild. I'll just say that. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't be happy if that was my approach to things.
So we got a couple more super chats here. So Elisha, is Kendrick Bell, who is a QB converted wide receiver, the best wide receiver on the team? The answer is Colston Loveland is the best wide receiver on the team by the numbers, and Samaj is the best wide receiver who's actually a wide receiver.
Update on Samaj Morgan, by the way, because we were talking about that. We didn't know what was going on. So apparently he also went through warmups, but they decided to not let him go today. He was another one they held out just for proactive reasons. But yeah, I mean, look, the wide receiver thing, the solution to wide receiver was CJ Charleston and Amarion Walker. So, we know where the blame should go there.
Yeah. But I think it's very interesting that, I think this is another indictment on Ron Bellamy when this is the box score for the season. Like, and you see, that your tight end, it has triple the receiving yards of your number one wide receiver, which would be Samaj in this case, based on the rankings. That's pretty rough.
Dude, it is wild to me. And you know how like people will make the argument like, well, the coaching staff knows better than you do. Like stuff like that. It's like, nah, we all saw we had a quarterback wide receiver problem. We all knew this. The fan base knew this. We knew this. They overestimated themselves, dude. Like they completely botched this. And there's no doubt about it. We have to me, that's a red flag. If you don't have a pulse on your program, that's a red flag.
Yeah. And then we've got one more here. We've got one more super chat. So Ward would use that $3 million for women's hockey.
All right. As someone who actually, how do I want to approach this? Okay. I like women's hockey because I'm a big hockey fan, and I like women's sports. I'm into it, but like, I get it. You're right. Like, the money should go to the revenue sports. That's how it should be. We'll see how they distribute it. That still has not been, we don't know yet. There's some rumblings. I've expressed what those rumblings are. I won't do it here because I don't know. And, but we'll see. Hopefully Michigan does what is necessary to make the revenue sports, basketball and football, competitive. But hopefully they do the right thing.
GT is bringing us to just $45 away to get a fourth hour of the show. Buckeye Scoop is college football's version of the National Enquirer. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And they also took some shots at our girl. They took some shots at, or no, they didn't. I'm sorry. The community of Buckeye Scoop took some shots at our girl Doreen. That's whack. And yeah, because like we appreciate and respect Doreen. So like, yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know how people follow that crap, dude. Like, I think that's like, it's hope porn or something. Like they're hoping that these lies are true. And it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, it's so tribal. It's like and I've talked to some Buckeyes. Like I've had conversations to like legitimate Buckeyes, and they're like, we don't like that. It makes us look bad. Like they say that all the time.
Yeah, a couple of comments on the audio, but I'm thinking the audio was because when we have screen share up, it might impact it. Because when we don't have screen share up, the audio is fine. So,
My audio?
yeah,
I
there's a little Darth Vader going on, but I think it was only when we were screen sharing for whatever reason. So, let's see what happens without screen share. Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to our next call. So I believe we are now at the Bull. Is the Bull? Yeah, the Bull is here. We got so Michigan fan and YouTube member, the Bull in the house.
That's right.
and legend.
Cheers.
And the shirtless wonder, the B-Dub legend.
That's right. Shout out to Boris Warner, man. Shout out to you, man. I do this for you. But no, I just had some quick points. I see you, Bubby. Just got some quick points. One, I like what the offense was doing. I think they tried. I think Kirk Campbell wanted to try. I think they need to do what they need to do, passing the ball, making Orji feel somewhat comfortable, because you have to. I think our offense, they wanted to get closer to 50-50, right? But they can't because he doesn't feel comfortable. So they do those throws. Missed some, made some. So I liked what they were trying to do, and I think it made him feel more comfortable. Second, I mean, people can complain about the defense. I know Klatt was complaining about the defense and like, well, why are they playing man, yada yada yada. But if you think about it, the drive that when he threw that pick and they drove down the field, they played a lot of zone, right? They played a lot of zone where the corner would cover the flat and the safety would maybe come down and cover that zone. Well, the receiver was sitting in the middle constantly, right? That one, I don't even know who that receiver was with the long hair, kept sitting in the zone and catching the ball and catching the ball and catching the ball. So obviously he's like, well, to combat that a bit, we'll just play a little bit more man so that guy doesn't get that quick throw. But at the same time, he also felt like it seemed like we weren't getting enough pressure, and so he blitzed. So you blitz, you play man, you hope that you can defend that guy for the 2 to 3 seconds, I mean, to be honest with you, that last touchdown was absolutely nuts. I mean, Hillman played that as well as you could play that. But he tipped the ball to him. Like, that's a hard call there. And what was my last one? And then Hill, yeah. And my last point is Hill. I think Hill obviously made an incredible catch. Catch. I was like, he didn't even see the ball until he looked at the wide receiver. The wide receiver goes to put up his hands, and Hill's like,
it's epic.
Oh, yeah, no, it's on now. Goes to look up and grab it. I couldn't believe that.
Just grabbed it. It was really impressive.
But obviously he's that guy that you see his skills, right? His skill set is downhill. He plays downhill. If he is off a receiver, he will play downhill and destroy someone. He does very good in screens and all that type of setup, right? But it feels like coverage, he needs to work on that. And I think the only way you get better, you got to try and play him more. I'm on a show, buddy.
Play Jair Hill more?
You have to because you have to get him more comfortable in coverage.
Yeah, I mean, it's his first time starting. I think he's looking better and better. I think Jair Hill is actually. I mean, last week his PFF grade was insane. It was like, I think, the highest on the team.
Yeah.
If it wasn't the highest, it was one of them. But I think Jair Hill is a good player. I think he will get good.
Yeah.
I think he's actually could be. I think he could potentially turn into a lockdown corner.
I agree. He has those skill sets, right? I think you could say he's half of Will Johnson. Like, Will Johnson plays exceptional in coverage, and he can also be very aggressive and get those picks. And I think that's what Hill does is Hill flashes. You can see in the games, and I'm assuming in practice, he flashes signs of ball hawkness a bit, but definitely going downhill and recognizing a play. So he can maybe get that. So if someone throws a throw to the flat, I'm pretty sure he can get that ball. He might intercept that ball. But in coverage, when someone's running a double move on him, that's when he's like, okay, I got to work on that. But I think for the most part, I think he's better. I think the offense is only going to get better. I think we played with their food a lot. And then you got to think about just the no huddle killed us, right? Defensively. It just smoked us. That throws off a lot of rotations and everything. They tried, I think, in a couple of those times to try to get people in, but you just got to ride with the guys you got in the field.
Yeah. All right. So let me ask you this, B-Dub. What's your thoughts on Alex Orji?
Go ahead. Sorry.
What's your thoughts on Alex Orji?
Well, let's be honest. We're just working with what we got at this point. Like, I think Adam tries to make points, but Adam doesn't watch the games and he doesn't see the full analysis of what we're doing and what the coaches see and stuff. And if you saw the Arkansas State game, he would know, like I said last time, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
That was the game he didn't see.
If he played mistake-free, if he even just threw one pick, he plays USC. And maybe it's a different game. Maybe it's a less run-heavy game. But you leave a bad taste in your mouth. That is what it is. So you go to Orji, who you can see what he can do. He is that I don't even know. He's like Tim Tebow, but he just can't pass very well right now, right? That's what he does. He will physically power himself to a first down. He has that physicality. I don't know if he has the speed, but I'm pretty sure between the tackles, he'll get a first down. He'll get 2 to 3 yards. It's just throwing ability he needs to work at, and that's where you have to design the offense for him. I think that's what they're trying to do. I think he's getting there, but we're working with the guy. We're just working with him. You can't go to Warren. That ship sailed. Can't go back to the guy that you killed that kid's confidence.
Yeah,
we got to go to Orji, and if not Orji, Tuttle, and Keith Rebar is probably going to be ecstatic.
Well, actually, Keith is on the Orji train now.
Yeah,
I saw.
Yeah,
he's
one of us now, man.
I was gonna mail him a letter. I was gonna mail Tuttle a letter about him leaving the group.
The leader of his fan club leaving his fan club.
Exactly.
I think he'll be okay with his master's and maybe doctorate or wherever he is in his eligibility now. I think he'll be all right. I think he'll manage. I do want to ask you the super chat here while we still have you. Elisha just asked, did y'all see Sharon's on the field interview after the game? He was heated. It was good to see. What did you think about that, Bull?
No, I agree 100%. I mean, he was pissed, right? Like even if you're playing backups, even if you're playing tired, you have to get your shit together at the end of the day and play all downs. And you go into the third, near the end of the third quarter, 21-3, and it's like what are we doing? Like, I understand there's a bad series of events, but the biggest one is when you turn the ball over, they drive down the field on you. That's unacceptable to me. I understand they're playing zone defense, and the guy's just sitting in the zone and catching the ball. Then the safety has to play a little more aggressive if that's the case. If you only got one guy over there. But nonetheless, your defense has to show up. And I do like that he is blitzing a little less. And I know he blitzed more at the end because we don't have Isaiah Stewart. When you don't have a pass rush and someone's able to pick you apart, that's not okay, especially to Wink. So he's going to see it as that. He's going to see it as, okay, if he has 3 seconds to throw the ball, we got a problem. Because then I can't put my guys in zone and the receivers just chill and float out there. That's not going to work. And that's what he noticed. So that's when he played a little bit more near the end. And he did blitz a little more because he wanted to get pressure in this kid's face. Because when he was pressured, it wasn't working out. So I understand what Wink is seeing. I understand what's happening. But for that, I agree. At the end of the day, you have to execute in the fourth. And I think that guy on Fox said it very well. I don't care what you do for 3 quarters, but we need to play our best football in the fourth quarter. And that's defensively stepping it up. I know offensively it wasn't great, but they were trying all different types of shit. Eventually, they just were like, okay, we're just going to run the ball. We're just going back to basics. But at the same time, Hinton's out. So now, and Pre looked a little sus there too, right, this game. So now you depend on the left side of the line. The left side of the line's gone. And now you got Link over there who's fighting for his life because we don't got no one else better than him. So, I'm telling you guys sad to say, that's where we're at. So we're figuring shit out.
Yeah, they held Hinton out saying that he's not coming back in. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to come for the Washington game. If he's gone, I don't know. We'll have to see how that plays out. I mean, hopefully they're just resting the boys for next week. I think another thing too is they use this game kind of as a bye week with some players to get them ready for next week. So I think
was
we also
fine with that. It looked good.
Yeah, we need to be mindful.
Good.
It just kind of bit him in the ass at the end almost.
Yeah, but guess what? At the end of the day, Minnesota wanted that game more. Like that's the biggest thing is effort. And you could possibly put that on the coaches. You got to have better effort out there. Like, I understand we're going to treat this like a practice. We're going to work on different things. It is Minnesota. They probably can't compete with us. But it doesn't mean on a punt return, you don't just totally just sail it. Like, everyone's missing. Like, you need to be on all cylinders. I mean, I'm pretty sure. And I think that is something that I feel like, I think Sharon Moore shows signs of intensity, of execution. Like, we got to be better. But I think Harbaugh definitely probably drilled that more. Like, this is unacceptable. We're going to be consistent. Like, at least I know what I can do and what we can do consistently. And I think that's what's hard, right? When you're trying to find yourself offensively, maybe not so much defensively, but consistency, right? That's the biggest thing. You got to be consistent out there. So
yeah, Minnesota. We had the Minnesota guy on Tuesday, and he predicted a 17-point victory for Michigan.
Yeah.
So, like, this was, I mean, they probably are like jumping for joy over this. They were like, oh shit, we might have almost won the game. I mean, almost beat Michigan. That's a big deal for Minnesota.
Yeah, that's something where we saw from Arkansas State. We saw from Arkansas State going to USC, right? We're thinking, dude, like, can we turn this up? Oh, we turned it up. Everyone showed up. Well, that's just great. And then come Minnesota, we're like, I mean, I'm going to try, man, but I mean, I ain't going to try that hard. Like, I'm trying to get out here alive. And yeah, the injuries were piling up a bit there, but then you still got to go balls to the wall to win this game, guys. Like, it was close. We could have gotten tied, or even we could have lost because one referee literally decided it was like just eagle-eyed the line. I can't believe he did that, but thank you. I mean, that looks like we paid him, but thank you.
TJ, I want to get your take and the Bull as well, but TJ has the recruiting focus with this $5 super chat here. You can see the drop off from the 2022 class starters and the rest of the team, specifically on defense towards the end. I don't think you're wrong, and it worries the hell out of me. TJ, what are you seeing with that drop off?
The last two recruiting classes and the lack of top 150 level players is a big reason why you are seeing the lack of depth and playmakers at premium positions. Wide receiver, quarterback. I mean, listen, we all know how Michigan mishandled the quarterback recruiting with the Dante Moore saga. It's just, unfortunately, Michigan did not put themselves in a sustainable position with their recruiting method during the NIL era. We're now feeling it. The good news is, and like, listen, we're 4-1. Everything is still in front of us. Like, everything's in front of us. We are good. We just have flaws, and they're glaring. That's the problem. Yeah. So, we just gotta. The reality is, we gotta push through this season. It's going to be a tough one. It's gonna games are going to stress us out. Like, this game should not have stressed us out. It did stress us out. Yep. I mean, I don't know if I wasn't like I felt confident the whole game. I thought we were going to win. We had a big enough lead, but it was just like
okay until they scored that touchdown, and I was just like, "Oh, it's incomplete pass." And they scored.
How about the onside kick they took before they gave a flag on that? Huh? I was like, "Shit!" And I was talking shit to some Spartans. I was like, "Wow, I'm about to eat my words here, man."
Yeah.
And like, so it's just like, I felt good about the whole game. I wasn't. But I just, to see the train wreck that occurred, they just got work to do. And here's the thing. I do anticipate an aggressive offseason. I already know they're trying to do that for recruiting anyways, like with Brady Hart. Brady Hart was there today. With the 2026 recruiting class, they're looking to be aggressive. We'll see. I mean, Michigan's just got to look in the mirror and really make the proper adjustments.
Yeah. Elisha pointing out Eno Etta has been getting bullied surprisingly. Yeah, I thought Eno Etta was going to be one of the most dynamic players on the team this year.
Yeah, one of the few top 100 recruits we've had the last two cycles, like one of like three. Not not meeting potential right now. Still early. He has time to develop and grow, but not meeting the expectations.
I think that's part of it, right? I don't think Adam understood that either. You know, our timeline for finding players for, again, I talked about this I think on Thursday. Like, we needed that time to grow, to mature, to develop those 3 to 4 games. You know, and we didn't have that. So, you know, we got cast the fire, and so we're trying to figure shit out. And sadly, you gotta make business decisions at the end of the day. It's going to better your team. And if, as a head coach, you see some guy turn the ball over 6 times in 3 games, well, I have to make a business decision. I can't take my chances against USC or against Texas, right? Or against Texas. So it's like, it's a whole thing. You gotta pick and choose this stuff, and then versus USC. So it's, you gotta make people see it as very black and white. It's not black and white sometimes, and you gotta see decisions that people got to make that are tough. And I think we'll come together. We'll pull together. Obviously, our physicalness isn't going to go away one way or another, so that helps us no matter what in a rock fight. So I think that's good to know. But to just wrap it up real quick, I think, you know, season still looks bright out there. I think, you know, we got Washington, and then that scary Indiana team. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like we're gonna put a pound on Indiana, because I just don't see it.
Hot take alert.
I just don't like their teams are like like, I know Maryland and stuff.
The quarterback's great.
Yeah, some other teams like they face are like they're not the greatest. I just feel like the physicality that we bring is something completely different that they're probably going to be used to, and I think it's going to be shocker. I feel like it's just something that just people are used to us. That's it.
I'll be honest. I think you might be thinking it's Indiana, so it can't be. But I'm telling you, Indiana, their quarterback's possibly the best quarterback in the Big Ten. Drew Aller's having a hell of a year too. I'd say it's probably between Rourke and Drew Aller. Noah Moss is kind of taking a little hit here, but it's definitely not Will Howard. Let that be known.
His deep ball throwing, dude. It's so funny. Just real quick. I find it funny if you're like, well, maybe if he can throw a deep ball, maybe if he could. He's not that. I think Zach Smith is pretty much pointing that out. Like, he just has a big arm. He's not a deep ball thrower. He makes he's a baller. I'll tell you that much. But I don't think he's got that deep ball. So
Illinois is going to give Drew Aller problems today. I could tell you that right. I think Drew Aller looks great against shit defenses and mid defenses. And when he plays a real team and a real defense, he has problems. If he overcomes that, then I'll crown him
that's true.
Best QB. But I want to see what he does against this Illinois defense today.
Which, I mean, a quick point. I mean, when it comes to Penn State last year, they were one of the top offensive, I think, teams, especially passing the ball last year, until they met us, until they met Michigan, until they met Ohio State. And like you said, he fell flat because he faced actual good defenses, and he got pressure in his face, and then he looked totally normal. So yeah, to your point, I agree. I mean, until he has an actual top-tier defense in his face playing against them, yeah, he could throw all over the yard. I know the offensive coordinator helps, but I mean, pressure is different. You can design a guy to you know, all the motions all you want open, but if Josiah Stewart's literally going to smoke you in your face in 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds, good luck. You know.
All right, the Bull. Any final thoughts for us?
Nope, that's it, man. Smash, guys. Go Blue.
All right, smash. Well, the Bull did the call to action. So everybody, if you want to hit the smash, I think he's got a lot of good points, and we always thank the Bull for being on. Elisha also throwing another out here. Sad part is that this is the second easiest game left. Yeah, that's it's gonna get a lot tougher as we go into the back half. Washington isn't a complete slouch. I mean, they gave Rutgers a game. It's not going to be. They're not just going to lay down. And
I'd put Washington, Michigan State, and Northwestern in the same bucket. I think Illinois and Indiana are going to be a bitch. I think they're going to be a tough one. But I'd put 3 teams in a similar bucket right now. But if we don't bring our game, if our defense doesn't come to play, then we're in trouble no matter who it is. You know. I mean, even
For
Arkansas
real.
State gave us a game, dude.
It's true. Well, Elisha taking us to just 26 to go to get a 4th hour. So we're going no matter what till about 6:50 Eastern tonight. If you want to go another hour, just 26 more bucks, and that can be super chats, that can be memberships, that can be gifted memberships. So if you want to gift people who are active in the community, you want to gift them memberships, that's also an option. And then people usually appreciate you for doing that. Or a super sticker. All of those count towards the 26. I want to give the Win Agency a little extra love here real quick because they are our sponsor today. We want to really thank them for everything that they've done. And so I'm going to just give them another read here. So they are located in Bridgeport, Michigan, and they are announcing their partnership with us, the Voice of College Football Michigan channel, for the rest of the 2024 season. Go Blue. Navigating healthcare.gov can be overwhelming when searching for the right plan for your family. That's why the Win Agency is here to simplify the process. You can easily view all the available health insurance plans in your area by visiting their website. Just go to winagency.com, click on View Plans, and enter your zip code. No personal information required to explore your options. For any questions or assistance with enrollment, feel free to contact them at office@winagency.com or call 810-241-3562. They're here to help you. Thank you, Win Agency.
Yeah, thank you, Win Agency.
Okay, with all that said, let's take our next call. So we've got Justin, who's been waiting patiently here. Justin, thanks so much for waiting and for calling in. What did you think of the game today?
Well, guys, I'm a big fan, obviously. You know, I've talked to you guys now the last couple of weeks, but got to take the fan glasses off here. Everybody seems to be moving the goalpost for Alex Orji, and I don't know if it's because in NCAA they like that they can run with him and throw all over, but that's just not reality. The guy's been here 3 years. Let's be honest. Everybody's saying we got to wait for the game to slow down. Why didn't Warren get the same courtesy? And everybody talks about the interceptions with Warren, and I get it, but Warren was also asked to throw the ball twice, if not 3 times as much as they're asking Alex to do. Otherwise, Alex may have even more turnovers. He can't read the field. His progression is very slow from first to second to third to where and you're killing the running game essentially, because the one thing that you were hoping was that his legs could make a difference. When he's not able to run the ball like we thought or envisioned, all you're doing is putting stacked boxes against Khalil Mullings. The guy's having to carry 4 guys to get an 8-yard first down there. Otherwise, we're 3 and out every time. Just like several guys early on in the chat were bringing up, the Minnesota defense in the fourth quarter, if you go back and watch that game, our slot wide receiver was uncovered by a corner the whole time. They had a deep safety that had his responsibility. We could have threw a screen pass and the guy would still be running. But they don't even check down to that because they're not giving Orji even check down privileges because I don't think he can do it. I don't think he can get them in the right play. I've lost all confidence in Orji. And it seems like as fans, everybody's blaming the O-line, everybody's blaming wide receivers, coaches. The guy calling the plays isn't good enough. And what do you want the O-line to do when they're having to face more guys than we have out there to block? I mean, I don't care what O-line you've got. If you send in 9 every time and we've got 5, that's a mismatch. There's going to be miscommunication. We're not going to be able to block them all. And that's what teams are going to start doing. They're going to say, okay, let's line up and we're going to dare them to throw. Because even an open guy downfield, I don't know that Orji can hit him 50% of the time. He throws everything a fastball. It's 10 yards over everybody's head. The one time he tried to aim it downfield, he underthrew Loveland, who was wide open down the seam, even though it probably wasn't the right read because Edwards was open. If he throws it early and on time and accurate, it's a touchdown. JJ scores on that play. We also got to be real. The only reason that we were up 24-3 is because the defense got a fumble recovery inside the red zone and a block punt inside the red zone. and then we intercepted the ball on the sideline. I mean, we gave them 3 turnovers and still couldn't score more than 21 points, essentially, like, on offense. It's disheartening.
rough.
If you want a reality check, we're basically back to Rich Rod's first year on offense. We're talking about who is better at moving the ball, Nick Sheridan or Stephen 3. The answer was Stephen 3, which is Davis Warren. He's a better passer. He at least is making the defense have to play as honest. And everybody talks about the Arkansas State lowlights. I get it. But if we take lowlights,
can you go back to your audio's getting a little weird?
Can you hear me?
It's switched on us.
Yeah, go back to whatever you were doing before.
We can barely hear you now.
Okay. So I was just saying, it's like Stephen 3.
Yeah, we still can't. Yeah, we still can't hear you very well. Can you adjust that real quick?
Yeah, let me try to move. Can you hear me now?
No, it's for whatever reason you're like in a tunnel now more. But give us a final thought for us, and then we can try again later.
Yeah, I just think that you got to go back to Warren or whatever happened to Jaden Denigal. He was actually the 3rd string quarterback last year, and he's gotten no talk.
No idea.
Are you on speakerphone?
Yeah. How do I get off it for this?
Yeah, just hit. You should be able to. I don't know. You should be able to hit not speaker. I don't know. Well, I'll say this, Justin. We're gonna have to let you go because the sound quality took a hit just like the last 40 seconds. But
can you hear me now?
I'll say this.
No,
yeah,
it's not good.
You're still like in a tunnel right now.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but just so you know, man, appreciate your phone call, and I think you, just to hit on what I think you bring valid points to the orgy discussion that I do think the Michigan fan base needs to at least acknowledge, and I do think many of them have. I think the position by the Michigan fan base, and maybe I'm speaking for everybody, is what else do we have? We're limited in our options here. But you're right. I mean, like I brought up, and you've also mentioned, his ability to run, his dual threat capability is underwhelming at this moment. We are limited as hell as an offense. But the problem is we don't have an answer. And then now you brought up the first time Denigal has been brought up tonight. So far we've had Tuttle, we've had Warren, we've had Jaden Davis, and now Denigal. We're on our 4th quarterback. And we had Orgy. That's 5 quarterbacks have been mentioned as potential solutions tonight. That's how low we are on, and that's where we are in terms of like looking for a damn answer. The thing with Denigal, and I agree with you, like why is Denigal not getting more of an opportunity either? Because like at least when he played, he at least has the ability to throw the ball. I don't know what these coaches are doing. Like I think with Orgy, you have to invest into the potential, but is it capped? Is the potential not? If Jalen Milroe was not a thing, would the Alex Orgy hype even be anywhere near where it is?
But I don't think he's even close to Milroe.
You sound way better right now, by the way.
Yeah.
I switched it to the earpiece. That's probably why.
There you go. Okay, yeah. So no, he's not. He's not right now. He's not, and he may never be. So I think as Michigan fans, we need to be conscious, and I think a lot are. So I don't mean to like put anyone into a box here, but like, yeah, the Alex Orgy experiment has been underwhelming. And I think
it's leading the Wink to be more aggressive because look at the last couple games. We've needed a pick 6 to get on the board. I mean, if we don't get Will Johnson against Fresno State at the end of the game, that can be a different score line, where it's a nail biter, or against USC. We lose that game. So I think he's had to be more aggressive in certain selections just because the offense gives you nothing.
Well, all right, here's the thing, though. We were up 21 points, and he started getting gashed in the 4th quarter. So, like, it wasn't that the offense wasn't giving them any. They had a lead, and they totally wasted it, Justin.
Well, 4th and 11, Mason Graham gets a BS hands to the face where he shoved the guy's shoulder pads under his chin and bats the ball down. Otherwise, they're off the field. It's still 24-3. That gave them the touchdown, and then we go 3 and out, punt the ball, and they return it all the way down to the 13. I mean, you put the defense on the field all game with no break when you can't get a first down. That's where the offense has to help.
Yeah, I guess to your point though, Justin, it's not complimentary football right now. Like the offense,
Right.
although listen, the offense gave the defense a lead today. The defense squandered that. Wink Martindale did not. Now, here's what I would say, and I think B-Dub brought up a good point here. Because Josiah Stewart was not in today, there was a lack of pass rush on when they rushed 4. So he was trying to generate some pressure because there was moments in the game where we were getting no pressure. So then Wink Martindale tried to overcompensate, and overcompensating burned us.
Yeah, I still think though, if you have a competent thrower, we win that game 65 to, name your score for Michigan. There was guys running wide open, and we just can't get it to them.
No, I mean, this is not me saying quarterback's not a problem. I mean, we have a quarterback, wide receiver, coaching problem right now. We also have an offensive line. We also have a leaky offensive line. We have issues everywhere, man. But the thing is, like, we're still talented. We're still a good team. We're just not elite right now. And we can easily. And the problem is too, because of our limited approach, we could easily, if our defense does not come to play, we're not winning. We have to
agree.
If our defense does not bring its B+ game, there's no shot at a victory.
Well, it's going to have to be A+ going forward.
Today was a B. I would rate today a B level game from the defense.
Right.
I mean, we are in a position where we are very vulnerable to a loss.
Yeah. But all right, fellas. Well, I'll get a better connection next time.
I think we need to have a balance.
Whoa! Now
balanced approach here with the quarterback.
Now we got TJ. It looks like your audio is
my audio.
Yeah, now you're fine. I don't know what's up. Just
I'm
like every
on,
couple.
We got Ethernet. We're good. I don't know.
Yeah, it was just scratchy. I don't know what's up. But we're good now. Yeah. Cool. So we do have a couple more super chats. Let's hit those. And so we've got Donovan Edwards might need to stay at slot. I mean, Elisha, we were calling for Donovan Edwards to be in at least rotating in the slot position, all along. I think he makes so much more sense with his abilities to be in positions that aren't up the A gap, but actually like in the perimeter in the slot. And the coaches did try. I mean, for the first time, it really felt like they were listening to some of the feedback at times.
It was, I don't think the coaches were listening to us at all, but I do think it's a good analysis on our end, because what we were saying, they adjusted, and they actually did a lot of what we were they were not listening to us. We know that. But the point being is we were able to identify the direction they should go, and they did make those adjustments. So I'll take some kudos there, pat on the back for me and you. But at the end of the day, there's still work to be done. And there's issues with this team that can't be fixed until the offseason, like right tackle, offensive quarterback, wide receiver. These are not going anywhere. The coaches have to get creative and the players got to step up. It's just what it is.
We got this might be a first time super chatter. I don't know if I've seen Matthew Rowley before. Thank you for the 5. If the coaches don't trust Orji to throw the ball enough downfield to make the defense respect it, he can't continue to be the quarterback.
Well, you know what? I'll say this. He had 18 passing attempts today, okay? And if we look at last week's game, he only had 12. So it's already an increase in attempts. We'll see if that continues to grow. We'll see if the coaching staff extends the leash a little further. Right now, Orji's, this is funny, John, because we had our 62% number that we wanted Orji to be at. Without looking, what do you think his completion percentage is?
61.
Oh, we wish. 55.6.
Okay.
So yeah, it's about 6 points too low for us. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, and he's got a 3-to-1 touchdown ratio. Work to be had. We'll just say that.
Yeah. Look, I saw a couple of good throws today. I need to see more.
Yeah.
we know that it's an issue that's not just an Orgy issue. We know that it's a receiver issue. We know that it's a line issue. And so I think part of it's on the creativity and like and what they're doing in practice. I think Orgy is. I will say right now, I do not see a better option on our roster at quarterback. Davis Warren just is too inconsistent. He's a better thrower, but you can't have the picks. Jack Tuttle's injured, or they might be giving him at least a partial look. Kind of rotated in with Orgy. And Davis Warren or Jaden Davis is too early, and Denigle's fallen off. And so really your options become very limited when they all go away. So where we're at, it just kind of feels like Orgy is he's taking care of the football enough. He had a pick, but I think he'll get better. And we'll kind of see what they do next week against Washington. But Mike G has been a friend of the show for a long time since I've been hosting. Very supportive, and this is a super chat from him with the 2. Did Orgy pull the ball out even once to run?
Like an RPO? I think
he ran, but I think he ran not in a designed way. I think he just kind of
he had a design run. He had a
design in there.
I gotta rewatch the game. I'll be honest. Like the thing about doing these instance analysis is I cannot rewind. I gotta stay live.
Yeah.
So and then there's a lot to like I'm on my laptop during the game. So sometimes I'll be like, shoot, I missed the play. I gotta rewind it real quick and then fast forward. But so I don't know. I'll have to look. I do think there was some design runs. Early in the game, first quarter, I think there was. We'll see. I'll take a look. Stay tuned. Tuesday's show. We'll have a better analysis on the game for that.
Absolutely. So we are still, just a reminder, $17 away from the 4th hour. Otherwise, it'll about a half an hour from now. We'll be saying goodbye. So 17 more bucks. That's it. So go ahead and make that happen, and we'll get a 4th hour. Our next caller is going to be Cam. So Cam in the house. Hey, Cam.
Hey, what's going on? Go Blue, guys.
Hey,
go blue.
This is frustrating because the simple fact, Orgy played good today. If you look at the whole game of what you're seeing, not going back, he played good. We are mad because of the interception.
Yeah, I agree.
And that turned the whole game around. The interception. So, by us, if we don't turn the ball over, I don't even think they score. Because if you look at it, that was a momentum shift. You see how happy they was when we turned the ball over.
Once that happened, they started to come off, and yeah, I think Joel Klatt mentioned it even during the broadcast. He said Alex Orgy's interception breathed life into Minnesota, and they just turned up like a completely other gear.
And then what did that happen after that? You saw misplays.
Yep.
Oh, everything. So we are mad because of the simple fact he threw the interception. If you take the interception away, Orgy played good today. And the defense. So it's the miscues that's we upset with. It's the miscues.
I mean, really, it's the team falling apart in this in the 4th quarter. Because the way the first half went, Cam, I was thinking this post-game show was going to be we were going to be happy to see the growth in the team. The team looked like they were finding their path, their way, their style of play. They looked like they were playing to their players' strengths. But then it went away. It went away real quick. They allowed Minnesota to get back. They started playing sloppy. It just an inexperienced team with an inexperienced head coach came.
There you go.
That's what happened in that 4th quarter.
Yeah, it was. I was ready to have a good vibe show. I was excited that first half. I do just want to, and then I'll let you get back to it, Cam. I want to announce breaking news. We have a 4th hour of the show.
Oh, let's
Thanks
go,
to
guys. Go
Jim.
blue. Yeah.
Jim
Yeah.
just dropped a
Woo!
20.
Thank you, Jim.
Go ahead, boys. Thank you, Jim. Go blue. He's a YouTube member as well. And he
Appreciate
just
it.
got us a 4th hour of the show.
Thank you, Jim.
Appreciate it. And if you look at it, everybody we played against had a number one receiver that we had to count for. We don't have that right now.
No.
So it's going to be difficult for any quarterback that we get to move this offense because we don't have a go-to guy.
Right. No. So, like, granted, like you're saying, the support system for Orgy is not at a good level for a quarterback to even develop. And I agree with you. Like, our offensive line is not strong enough to support a developing quarterback like Orgy, and we do not have any weapons besides Colson Loveland to get open. You know, so like it's not helping. He's not in a position or in a situation to succeed. It's not a it's not like the Minnesota Vikings for JJ McCarthy before his injury, right? It's not a well-built situation for him. So the question then becomes, what is the biggest issue that's causing everything, or is it a mixed bag? And I think the biggest issue is the coaching. And then the second portion is you don't have the players. We don't have the receivers. We don't have the offensive line to make this less impactful. The holes within the team, it's glaring because we don't have things to mask them, right? So, like, if you had good receivers, they could maybe get open, get a step. They could help Orgy get the ball out quicker. If your offensive line gave Orgy more time, he could go through his reads a little better. He wouldn't be rushed. He wouldn't make, he'd make better decisions with the ball, even though the interception was not a rush decision. It was really a poor throw. But Colson Loveland, and we haven't talked about this at all. Colson Loveland could have batted that ball down.
Thank you. That's
he really could have. He could have did more. It was kind of like the Fred Moore interception. I think week 1, they could have did more. These receivers got to do more if they can't catch it. Like, you got to let it,
or fight for it. Coach 11 is way bigger than he trumps him. My thing is, if you see somebody fighting, or the coach, anybody rally, and we don't see that right now. And you saw that in Minnesota with PJ Flack. You saw the fight. You saw the motivation. You saw the answers all over, and they breathed that. And what happened after that interception? It was like, if we had another quarter, we'd have lost that game. If we'd have had one more quarter, we'd have lost that game.
I mean, there was 3 more minutes, we might have lost that game.
Yeah. So my thing is that we are seeing this year of what we are. We got to win ugly.
Yeah.
We got to win ugly. And that's all it is. But I think you hit it I think one of the callers hit it on the point where we are missing Ben Herbert.
I think so.
Because he was our motivation. He got guys to rally. He pumped them up. He made us tough. And right now, the mental is messing with our physical. You can see it.
Yeah, I think the Herbert effect is another ingredient to the result we're getting right now. I think the boys have been gassed. They've been tired.
Yeah.
They've been, and you're like, oh, that's a lack of depth. But I mean, there's also seems to be almost a mental. We're still a strong physical team. We saw this against USC. Like, listen, we're still good. Like, we want to be elite. We're after elite. We're not after just good. Just good isn't good enough, and it's potentially possible. It goes from good to average. Like, the season could be a 7-win season if we don't play good ball. So, I think there's just a lot of components, but I also think, even though we were told it wouldn't be a rebuild year, and we were told that this would transition. Well, I don't know if we were told, but the expectation was a transition, which is why Sharon was hired. Hopefully, again, I think we just got to accept our year. Hope the boys come together and improve, get the dubs, and then we can make the proper adjustments in the offseason. Hopefully, Sharon identifies the weaknesses, has a pulse on the team, understands it better, And then because I mean maybe when you're inside the bunker, right? It's
Mhm.
hard to notice the weaknesses because you just won a national championship and everything the last 3 years has been success. So maybe they just overestimated themselves on this. I mean, not maybe, we know that they overestimated themselves. So maybe reality's hit and Sharon can make the proper adjustments.
And the crazy part about it, you guys, Michigan might win the rest of their games by playing like this. This is the crazy part about it.
If they don't falter like they did in the fourth quarter, they could.
So we are winning on pure guts right now. And I think that's what we're gonna have to do for it, to implement some things. But I like how Orgy played today. It was just the bad thought. I gave it 50 on him and 50 on Costa Lovin. But besides that, he played good. He didn't put us in harm's way. He could have threw it to Donovan Edwards, but he didn't. He saw Costa Lovin. And I think instead of him, he threw it closer to the middle instead of closer to the hash. If he threw it closer to the hash, that was touchdown. So that could get cleaned up. But besides that, Orgy is not the problem. He's looking good, and he's looking good in my eyes because he ain't put us in hard way. And before I go, one play that he threw to Costa Lovin, and it was a man right there, he threw it out of bounds.
Yeah, I agree.
So
he threw that ball away.
He threw the ball away. So just imagine David Warren was over there. You think he'd throw that ball away?
I don't know.
And that's the thing.
I mean, I'll say Orgy made some good decisions. My biggest critique outside of the interception is when a play is at a loss, throw the damn ball away and don't just run out of bounds.
Right.
That's one area he can definitely improve.
Yeah.
Problem is Davis Warren might throw it to the other team. That's the that's the issue there.
And that's the thing. And I think because he threw that interception, you saw the momentum shift. And you saw, here it go again. Instead of them rallying around him. And even they had to make a fourth down play just to keep the ball moving. So our defense just got to get off the field. Because once our defense get off the field, it seems like offense do much better. Once the defense get off the field. That's all I have to say, guys. Go Blue, and I appreciate for having my call.
Yeah, thank you, Cam, for calling in. Go Blue.
Go Blue, Cam. All right. Yeah, defensive Alex Orgy, and I agree with that in large part. I do think there's room for improvement, though, but I still stand by my preseason thoughts that he should be QB1. We got a couple more super chats here, and we do appreciate everybody who's contributing. We are now, the fourth hour is guaranteed, and we are $77 away from a fifth hour. And then we went 6 last week. Let's see if we can hit it this week as well. Of the 18 attempts, how many were more than 3 yards downfield? Would prefer to go back to Warren and keep the 18 to 20 pass attempts in the game plan. Remember, Warren was in there before Mullings was RB1. You're not wrong about that. It is true that that Donovan was RB1 at the time. I still say that you stick with Orgy. Here's the problem. I think that people think of this like it's playing Madden or playing college football 25, okay? Where you can just swap people in and out. I think what people are forgetting, who are, on these message boards and they're, and look, I appreciate your contribution. I appreciate you being on. But I think that people are thinking it's you just swap them. You just swap them in and out and in and out and in and out. The problem is, what does that do for team cohesion? What does that do in the locker room? If you put Davis Warren back in now, think of imagine that locker room. Imagine what's happening, the culture that and the questions that would arise if you then you gave Davis 2.5 games, he threw 6 picks. You put in Alex Orgy, and then you take Alex Orgy out to put in the 6 picks guy again? Imagine, like, you've got to think of it in a three-dimensional way and look at the team culture and what would happen by continuing to shuffle these quarterbacks in and out. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. If Warren had played that good, he'd still be the quarterback right now because they gave him every opportunity. I mean, people were calling for his head after game 1, after game 2, and to Sharon Moore's credit, he gave him 2.5 games until it was just impossible to keep him in anymore. He gave him every opportunity. It's orgy season. GT, thanks for the 5. If we still had Herbert, Kenneth Grant would have caught Ryan Day by now. That is, look, I mean, that's very possible. I will say that when Herbert was here, look, I held the show down solo for some time, but once we brought TJ in, he brought his recruiting takes, and we started bringing in Cliff and Mac and the community and the talent that we've got here. That's why Kenneth Grant is so close to catching third base Ryan Day, is because of what's happened the last year and what's happened. So I think that's really why. Because when Herbert was here, but I get what you're saying. I get it. With that said, we appreciate you, GT, and we appreciate your everything that you bring and your membership and everything else. Elisha with the 5. We are now in week 5. Which do y'all think is the bigger issue? Wide receivers, pass blocking, or quarterback? Can't say coaching. Well, can't say coaching. Okay. See, here's why we go to coaching so often. I want people to understand why we go to coaching so often. We go to coaching so often because these are still kids. These are still like growing, they're college kids. We need to remember that. It's the adults in the room. It's the coaches that are putting them in the positions to either succeed or fail. And because there's such a problem in that front, it's really hard to take that out of the equation. But I think it's pretty obvious that wide receiver talent isn't there right now. Putting Kendrick Bell, like I think you were the one who said, a converted quarterback, and he's one of your best wide receivers. And Colston Loveland, a tight end, is by far the best wide receiver. That is a problem. That's an indictment on the wide receiver coach and on the talent that is in there. Tyler Morris is just not. It's really surprising that he's having the struggles he's having. 32 pass yards on the season with 5 catches. That's not what we were thinking was going to happen going in. We thought Tyler Morris would be right up there with Fred Moore and Samaj as the clear 3. And Fred Moore does have more passing yards than Morris, but you still have the 2 tight ends as 2 of your 3 best receivers. That's a problem. And it's something that I think we need to that needs to be fixed if Michigan has a hope of a playoff run. TJ, I'll ask you with you back. Elisha was asking us who you think the bigger issue is: wide receivers, pass blocking, or quarterback. Elisha, he said we can't say coaching because that is the clear number 1 problem. So what would you say to that?
Offensive line, because if your offensive line can allow the wide receivers more time to get separation or let routes develop, that would answer a lot of solutions. You should also give Alex Herbert more time to make proper reads and timeouts and plays. And not rushing, right? So offensive line, I would rank number 1.
Okay.
I would rank quarterback 2nd.
Okay.
But the wide receivers suck too. It's all an issue.
Yeah.
Why would you say?
I was just saying, like, the mic thing happened again, so it's just kind of like in and out. Yeah, and that now you're fine. So I don't know. I answered earlier. I think like if I can't say coaching, wide receivers, by far. It's just like, yeah, you can't have your 2 tight ends as 2 out of the 3 top wide receivers in the game. Like, it's just this is supposed to be, no offense to Iowa, but this is supposed to be a better, like, this is supposed to be a better program than Iowa, right?
Listen, Michigan's stubbornness put us here.
Yeah.
They did not want to evolve. So now us as fans have to deal with it.
Yep.
You know, just what it is.
Absolutely. All right. So next up looks like Evan. So Evan, we'll bring you on. Evan, thanks for joining us.
You there, Evan?
Evan. Okay.
Next caller.
Yeah, check your audio settings and call back. Burks the Wolverine.
My favorite Packer
How you
fan.
doing?
Yeah, what's up? I'm actually in the train. I actually went to the game today. I'm actually in the train making this call. Going
nice.
back home. Yeah. And I will say this, man, the second half was so quiet. Like, holy crap, dude. Like, the fourth quarter, I have never, out of all the Michigan games I've gone to, and this was like a rivalry game, right? This game was like, it was just so quiet, like at the fourth quarter, that it was like you could go to a protest in Detroit that's louder. Like, I'm dead ass. Like, it was just bad, you know?
Yeah.
All
right. So you were at the game.
Yeah.
So what was the vibe like? How's the fan base feeling watching that?
Yeah, so we were like all pumped up, excited. We were loud in the first half, you know, it was all nice. And then second half, man, like that Orgy pick, and then like not only that too, but people were really concerned about Orgy. Even in the first half, there were some throws where he took too long, you know, to throw the ball. You know, he needed to let it go, let it rip sometimes, and then he wouldn't find his guy, and all of a sudden then he would be running when, you know, there was maybe a guy open. It was like some just minor mistakes. But I'll tell you right now, the vibes is that Michigan fans, man, are really impatient, and I am one of those as well. We are pretty impatient people. We're like Wolverines. Wolverines are impatient animals, right? They need to eat their food. They need to hunt. They're always doing stuff, you know. They're impatient bastards, those animals are. And we're pretty impatient. And I'm telling you, right now, the people that I was sitting really right next to, they were done with Orgy. Like, there was some booing because he made some bad plays a lot. You know, like the pick was, everyone started booing it. People wanted Jaden Davis to come, when people don't know that, you know, Jaden Davis is like redshirting, right? And
yeah, that's just some backup. That's what we call backup syndrome. Play the next guy. Play the next person. Play the next person. It's like, no, like, you don't put Jaden Davis, a freshman, who he was just in high school not that long ago. He did come early. He did come, and he was practicing with us even during the playoff run, to be fair. But you don't throw him in there because you don't have any other options. And the family's been very clear about that. And so when people keep saying, hey, put Jaden Davis in, I just don't think they've been paying attention to like what we've been saying, you know, because you know what I mean?
I mean, I think it's just hope. You know what? People just want hope because we're limited here. And he's such a highly ranked recruit.
True.
You know, so they're hoping for some JJ magic, although he's not to the caliber of JJ, but it doesn't mean he can't be a very good quarterback in his own right, because he is his own style. I think he is. I do like him. I like Jaden Davis. I was high on him coming out of high school. Like, in terms of, I think he can develop into a winning quarterback, right? But I'm not a big believer in freshman quarterbacks. Not many freshman quarterbacks do well. You got to be very unique to do well. So we'll see. So I mean, Burke. So tell me, what was your thoughts? Like, all right, first half, everything was good, feeling good. And then second half, the vibe probably died real quick.
Oh, it died really badly. Oh my God, dude.
Do you think the fan base is frustrated right now?
They're shitting their pants right now. It's not even frustrating. The people I was sitting with, they're even, you know, let me give you this question. These people right next to me, they actually made a good point. They said that our receivers and the coaching has been so bad, like the receivers especially, it might hurt getting top receiving recruits. Do you think that's a possibility that this game, right, could hurt our like receiving? Because now I'm starting to realize, when was the last time we got a first round receiver drafted? I think it was Braylon Edwards, and that was a long time ago when I was like 3, 4, 5 years old. Like we've not had and that's my issue here. After this game, it's like, why do receivers want to come to Michigan when it's just run the damn ball and then they're just blocking? And I don't know. Maybe this coaching is also an issue. Do you guys think that's a possibility that this game could hurt our receiving recruiting?
This game specifically, no. This season,
The season, maybe. Yeah, the season. Yeah.
It has the potential to affect it. I know one player we need to watch
Mhm.
right now is Andrew Olish. He's visiting Alabama this weekend.
Yeah.
He's also his dad's been vocal about the concerns about the passing game as well as the NCAA allegations. Those are concerns for him. The dad has been very public, very public's not the word, but let's just say that those comments are out there. And then so they're checking all their bases, essentially what's going on with Andrew Olish. So here's the reality, though. That's a double-edged sword, and here's why. If you take the recruiting pitch that you are the solution, Andrew Marsh, you are the solution, here's the NIL. As long as you play ball financially and you can demonstrate that we think that if we can get players of your caliber, we can then turn this around. Because here's the thing, though, Burks. All you got to do is point to last year, right? And be like, hey, we can win a national championship. We can be competitive offensively. We can score 30-plus points a game. We just need to get a quarterback. The problem is we don't have that. The good news is we have a donor willing to get us almost any quarterback we want.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, I don't think it's a problem that can't be solved. I think if we can get a quarterback, like we know, well, listen, we have a quarterback right now who I would bet money is going to be elite when he gets here, and that's Brady Hart. Like I'd put some money on that.
I agree.
Brady Hart is killing the high school game right now. He visited today. The problem is he's a 2026.
Yeah, it's a while.
So he's 2 years away. Possibly he starts as a freshman, but even so, that's still 2 years away. He's 2 to 3 years away, really. So we need an answer. And they need to get very aggressive in the portal. Very aggressive. And they need to definitely contact Dave Portnoy and figure it out.
Yeah.
And then if you get a quarterback, Burks, you get a quarterback of that, like a JJ caliber or better, and then you have an NIL package, you can get whatever wide receiver you want.
Oh yeah.
The reality is
people want to play with you then. Yeah, of course.
Well, the premium positions, if you can be financially good, you can land these guys. They're after the biggest, they're after highest bidder all the time.
Yeah, the vibes honestly were just like, and then people were like, when there was a flag or something on the other team, we were, they were all celebrating and stuff. So it wasn't like it was like dead, but like when Minnesota was scoring, 2 touchdown drives back to back, it was like so quiet. Like I've never seen it like this quiet. And not only that, I also went to the USC game. I think I told you this too. The vibes were all positive. Like it was amazing, all positive. Everyone was happy when Michigan won. Like they it's like they won a lottery ticket. Everyone was just so happy. But this game, even though we won, it like the vibes are just like, I even heard people saying, man, we suck ass. Like I literally heard fans saying that when they walked out, because honestly, we kind of did today, at the end of the day. Unfortunately,
at the end of the day, we won and we are 4-1, but let's be honest, like it's not good enough.
I agree.
Like we know it's not sustainable. That's the problem.
We know we're going to be running up on some teams that could beat the crap out of us if we don't.
I'll be honest. Illinois and Indiana, I have concerns. I think they are better than us.
I agree with Illinois.
They're better coached too. Yeah. That's the biggest. They're better coached than we are.
Dude, yeah, no, my brother is like a huge Illini fan because he went to University of Illinois at Urbana, and he's even telling me like, and I honestly agree with him. Like right as of now, but Michigan, they have time to kick their Illini's ass and even Indiana's ass. We have time. You just, we have the tools, some of the tools to kick their ass. It's just, will we do it or not,
Yeah.
We do have a couple of super chats here that we can all chime in on. So the first one is Elisha, who's been, as always, is here. He's been killing it with contributions and said people saying Orgy needs to throw it deep more, but don't see that he doesn't have time and running for his life every play, trying to find mid wide receivers running open.
Yeah, that's why the offensive line has to do a better job of allowing time for Orgy to see the field, go through his progressions, and for receivers to get open. When we rewatch the game, John, we need to look for how much time does Orgy have. Let's see if we can, maybe, I might even put a stopwatch on it.
Yeah.
And then what are the defenders doing to our wide receivers? How far are they off the receiver? I'm gonna pay attention to that. Hopefully Tuesday we can have something good for you guys. But yeah, I mean, it's an
line
issue.
Play, who's getting cooked, who isn't.
Yeah.
I'd like to dive more into the line play too.
Yeah, I don't even think I'm going to look too much at defense, to be honest with you, because it is what it is. It's talented. It's that the defense is not a player problem. That's a coaching problem.
And I have to say, one player I'm really disappointed with is Frederick Moore, just because he had so much hype. Devin Gardner literally said he reminds me of Jerry Jeudy. You know how good Jerry Jeudy was in college? That guy was a stud. And so when I heard, I'm like, wait a second, where's Jerry Jeudy? Come on, dude. That's a guy that I'm just really, I thought that he was going to be our best receiver. I'm dead ass,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I got some opinions on that, but I'll leave it alone. Yeah, I mean, we don't have an answer at receiver. Michigan decided to not recruit the position very well. So, it is what it is. We are now experiencing the effects of that, and Michigan's got I don't know. It just baffles my mind, and I know I brought it up twice or three times already. Amarion Walker and C.J. Charleston was your answer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if that's not arrogance and stubbornness, then I don't know what is, dude.
Hey, Fred Moore, my guy. He's had a couple of plays, but one of our YouTube members here, Dean B, Fred Moore barely gets in the field. Yeah, I mean they've rotated him in some, and you've seen him some. But what it seems like Kendrick Bell and C.J. Charleston have been getting a lot of time. To mixed results. I think Kendrick Bell's been actually all right the last couple of games. But yeah, I'm just kind of wondering how about their personnel management.
Yeah, this offseason, like John, when we do get to the offseason, or how about this, when the portal opens, John, we need to create, we on our show, we need to do an offseason checklist of what we need to see. And let's see if they can hit it. Let's see if we could be all right, we need a quarterback in the portal, wide receiver, a recruiting class finishing top 12 would be good, but it might be top 15 the way things are going. We'll create an off-season checklist, and we'll see if the Sharon and Co can do it.
Yep. Elisha with a couple of quarterback-related super chats. JJ made us spoiled 3rd and 8. We knew he got those. Yeah, I mean, JJ was definitely more the outlier than the norm for Michigan quarterbacks. I think we can all agree on that. Like he definitely was a couple steps above the traditional game manager Michigan quarterback. And then Elisha following it up with this. I think the fan base should be more frustrated with coaches than with Orgy. Orgy played well, and I believe will get better, but the coaching is terrible.
Yeah, my biggest finger of blame is coaches. It's not even the players. The coaches have allowed this to be where it is. And Sharon gets the biggest blame because he is the CEO of the program. He's the one who did not pursue certain players. He's the one who thought his offensive line was going to be elite this year and thought they had an answer at quarterback and wide receiver. So, yeah, the blame goes to Sharon, and then I would go second in command. I'd go Kirk Campbell. And then third, I would go Wink Martindale. Those would be my biggest coaches of blame. And then obviously we would probably go Brian Jean-Marie and Ron Bellamy. So, I mean, those are the ones who I think get the most heat. We have an, yeah, I mean, it's where it is. It's just what it is.
I just want to say one more thing before I leave. I'm just curious, like during the offseason, people like hyped up the speed of these receivers, like a Marion Walker, right? So like these guys are so fast. How can they just not get wide open? That's what I'm like starting to like. This happened with AJ Henning. They said he was one of the fastest guys, but he never got open. Can you like you guys like explain why that is?
Yeah, well, because some guys are athletes, and then some guys are football players who are athletes, right? Like like you could be the most athletically gifted player, and sometimes the NFL Combine teams fall in love with that, right? Like you see, like Burks, I'm sure you watch the NFL draft. They'll draft a guy strictly on potential because of his athletic profile, but the reality is he's not a good football player, you know. And you need that balance. You need somebody who's just has a good feel for the game. It's why you could get somebody like an Amon-Ra St. Brown, who I know you know.
Yeah.
And athletically, he's not killing the combine, but he's an excellent football player because he's just a good ball player. He has a high IQ. He has a feel for the game. He has the intangibles. He has work ethic, which is key. And he has the mentality. So like, it just comes down to that. Like, it takes more than just athletic capabilities to be good. In my opinion, it gives you a higher ceiling, but you know, if your potential is not realized, it doesn't matter how fast you are.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it actually. We do have, hey TJ, me and you, man, both our teams are playing undefeated teams tomorrow.
I know you got the Vikings, man. We play Monday night, buddy.
Oh yeah, you play. Yeah,
you got prime time.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah. And enjoy the Vikings loss.
No, dude. Jordan Love is back, man. Sorry.
Is he officially back?
He is officially back, apparently.
Okay. Right.
But they may use Malik Willis in some plays just because like running plays are.
I got the Vikings on my fantasy team for defense.
Oh my god, dude! Yeah, their defense.
I didn't know Love was going to be back, so I might have to make a move.
Their defense is actually looking good, and everyone thought their defense was going to be trash this year. It's just out of nowhere. Like,
yeah, it's a Michigan podcast, but I hear you, Burks. I know Vikings have been a surprise. We'll see. We'll talk. We'll see how the weekend goes, man. Looking forward to when we play against each other, though.
Of course, that'll be like November 3rd, man. I can't wait.
He knows the date.
Yeah, of course,
all
man.
Right.
Hate to.
All right, Burks.
We'll circle on the calendar.
Yeah, we'll do a bet too, buddy.
Go Blue, Burks.
Yeah, go Blue, man. Take care.
Hey, good luck on your train ride, man.
Yeah, of course, man.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
All right.
We
got some great callers. We got great contributors too. We got another super chat here, and you guys have been great again. We have gone the last couple of weeks. We've gone 5 hours, 5 hours, and then 6 hours, and that's because of your contributions, everybody in chat. Elisha with the 5. I'm a track guy. We have no burners. People point to Morris Cross touchdown versus Bama and say that's breakaway speed, and it's not. It's angling. They are slow.
Well, Marion Walker is a burner. Well, actually, we have 2 burners on the team. We have Cole Cabana and Micah Capana. They're both 10-500 meter guys. So they should be, but they're not. We don't use them, and they're not playing. So it is what it is. Marion Walker's another burner, but he doesn't play either. So in terms of who plays, yeah, I mean, as it stands, we don't have that threat. Oh, and also there was a comment. This guy was. I should have found it before I brought it up, but essentially saying you guys are bashing the players and the coaches, and that's really going to help recruiting.
Yeah.
Look, we're just giving our honest takes here, and you can always call in and debate us and see if you can change our minds.
Yep, that's right. That's why we open the lines to callers. Because
feel free to call in, man.
Don't just be a keyboard warrior. Call the show and give us your take. Debate us, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah, if you disagree with our approach, we're here for it, man. It's okay. I'm not mad.
Absolutely.
I'm open to other perspectives.
Yeah, I did. For the record, though, I did say just a couple of minutes ago that I put it more on, and you did too, TJ. That we're putting it more on the coaches because they're the adults. They're not the college kids, right? The coaches are the ones putting them in the positions. They're the ones who are running practice. They're the ones who are helping set the tone, and who are they're putting them in the positions that they're in now. And then it's up to the players to execute, right?
Yeah.
But like coaching is such an important aspect of that. And so yeah, that's why we're being a lot tougher on the coaches than we are the individual players. I'm not saying that there aren't things to talk about with the players, but yeah, so that's why I was thinking maybe this person doesn't watch the show that much, because we've gone after the coaches a lot more than the players, I think.
There's a contingency in the fan base or fans of college football who think you should never criticize the players. You should always look at the glass half full approach. We have a guy that the community loves and we love, and that's Keith. He's a very positive, optimistic guy, and he lets us know when we're a little too negative, but we're just calling it like we see it. That's what we're supposed to do. And we want them all to succeed. It's just, if someone's playing poorly, I'm not going to not say Evan Link isn't playing like shit right now. Like, is what it is, man.
Absolutely. We got 2 more super chats, then we'll get to callers. Elisha with the 2. Bell failing is Bellamy's coaching in a nutshell. I think Bell's the only one that feels like they're doing much, at least this last game. But yeah, I mean, I think they all could be doing better.
Yeah, what's Tyler Morris and Mario Walker? What receiver is not failing? But I think he means Bell falling. I don't know, falling. Failing.
Maybe fall. Okay,
but I mean, yeah, Kendrick's he's just a freshman trying to make an impact. I mean, that's where I put him.
Elisha with the 2. Walker is 1, but at wide receiver, they are slow off the ball.
No, yeah, I mean, and we lack size. Who's our big X type wide receiver? We don't have one.
No,
we don't have one, man. We are.
The roster's been mismanaged.
Yeah, the roster's been mismanaged, man. It just is what it is. It's time to just acknowledge it. I know a lot of people wanted to believe that we would just keep developing and reloading, and we have reloaded to an extent, but there's areas that have not reloaded.
Absolutely. We are going to get to our callers here in just a second, but I do want there was some comments that you might bear a resemblance to Mark Rogers, which I thought was interesting. But Mark Rogers has a book coming out. So if you guys want to contribute to that, so on the Twix account that we have, the Voice of College Football Network, it's the first post, Disputed National Champions, College Football's Historical 1990s Reset by Mark Rogers. Check it out. And it's now, there is a link. There is now, it's on Amazon right now. You can pre-order it at this time, and in about a month, it will be auto-delivered. So check it out. I think it's going to be, he's been working on it a while. It's going to be a great read. So I do encourage everybody to look at that. Okay, we're going to try Evan one more time. So it looks like Evan's back with us. Evan, how you doing? You with us? Evan? Okay. We will. Oh,
he's back.
Here we go. Evan?
What's up, man? You're on
mute.
mute.
I can't hear you. I can see you, but can't hear you.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I can't hear you right now. Sorry, man.
Mute, man.
Yeah,
just try again, Evan. We'll get you on here.
Test your settings some more, especially on the mic. All right. So next up, we've got Bleeding Blue. Bleeding Blue, how you doing?
Good. How y'all doing?
Doing good, man.
Great. Go Blue.
Well, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling in, dude.
Hey, I just want to start off. I know you guys are not trying to cuss and everything on here, but I watch a lot of different podcasts all across the Michigan community. You are the realest motherfuckers, period. Full stop.
Appreciate it.
I mean, I've made a complete switch from a lot of the others to y'all because y'all just keep it 100. And the content, I never get a chance to get on here live because I usually watch. I'm a delivery guy, so I usually listen to you guys while I'm driving on the replay. But I had a chance today to get on, and I was just like, man, I got to get here and give props, and then give my 2 cents. I know I missed a lot of the show, so I might repeat myself. But I mean, TJ, you preaching. I mean, just what you said a while ago was just straight up. I mean, this team is frustrating. I know they're young, and I mean, I didn't really have a whole lot of expectations coming in, but we got duped, and I don't really think we got duped so much on players because we kind of knew what we had. I think we got duped on these coaches and their experience and what they bring into the table. I mean, we thought, we thought what we had was 100. We thought we landed some dudes, right? And I'm not saying we didn't. I just don't think they're where they need to be, and that's showing on the field because, I think Wink's starting to catch on a little bit. I mean, he had some questionable moves today, like going away from zone to man.
Right.
But he's learning. He's learning.
Yeah, he's adjusting a little. He's improved for sure.
Absolutely. But like the linebackers still look lost.
Mm-hmm.
I think without Will today, you really can't put much on the backside because he's their vocal leader and he's about the only thing they have back there. And without him, taking up one side, they did the best they could do. They could. I think Hill played lights out.
I was going to say, what did you think about Jair today? He had a couple solid things.
Sugar came to play in the first half, but that interception, I'm telling you, that was the teeter totter. Like I said, I may be repeating what other people said. We didn't need to get cute. Just keep it what was working. I mean, Khalil Mullins needs to just get 20, 25 touches, keep feeding the man the ball. We don't need gadget plays. We don't have JJ out there. Ain't no sense in coming with gadgets, I think we'll come along, but we don't need to be doing. I know everybody was like, well, this is the game we need to get good on the passing, and we did. We've seen what we have, and that's nothing past 15 yards. Period. Full stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was heading. I mean, the first half, I would say, yeah, we were seeing what we wanted to see. Second half, it bogged down because, to be honest, Minnesota adjusted properly to us. But I agree with your first point where we got duped on the coaching. The inexperience of our coaching staff has shown, and they're learning on the job. That's what's happening. There's not a transition and a maintaining of elite play that was not promised. That wasn't, but it was expected. That was the expectation. And unfortunately, we're going through a learning on the job phase with a far greater margin or learning curve than we anticipated. Right. So that's just what we're dealing with. And but the biggest issue is the mismanagement of the roster. And we're all dealing with it. And then in terms of like the back end, I would argue I think Zeke Berry's looking good. I think
that's a good call. I wrote him down. I didn't mention him yet, but yeah, Zeke had some good moments.
And I think Brandon Hillman's looking good. I think he should start over Quentin Johnson. To be honest with you,
Hillman is coming on big time. But I think we definitely. I mean, obviously, like you said, we're learning on the fly. We learned a valuable lesson today, and that's up tempo. Really hurt us, and then I mean that's gonna be his next building block is what can we do when our guys can't get off the field to stay fresh? I mean, when we stayed fresh in that first half, it was you seen the product that the interception kind of changed the momentum, and then once they went to that up tempo, which scares me because I mean I live down here around Bloomington. We've won we've won the last 35 out of 36, so. I don't really want to hear about it. I mean, I got to hear about it in basketball, right? And I'll give props to Indiana and the new coach. For 5-0, I don't know if they've ever been 5-0. At least not since I've been around here that I can remember.
So I think so. Our new analyst for our Indiana channel, Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports, I think he said it's the third time in school history they started 4-0. And the program has been around since like what, the 1920s or something?
Oh, they've been around a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
Impressive.
it's wild.
Indiana's
Yeah,
gonna be
no,
a problem.
I'm telling you, that Indiana game Indiana's a problem. Like people need to like if you're not paying attention to Indiana, pay attention. Indiana, they're a well-coached team. That's why they're a problem. It's not that they have elite athletes, right? I mean, Rourke's playing out of his mind. If you look at his career and you look at his stats, this year he's overachieving, but he looks like a good player. Yeah, and in Illinois, I mean, Illinois has a problem with Michigan, whether it's basketball or football. So these are two teams that we got to really watch ourselves with, because I think we'll be okay against Washington. They don't look like a good team, and I think we're not only more talented, but I actually think coaching wise we actually have an edge. But I mean, Jed Fish is a good coach. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't think the team's there. But after that, it gets tough, and we also have Spartans coming in, and they got a good coach. Jonathan Smith's a good coach.
Yeah,
And they
it's
got a good
amazing
quarterback.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's amazing what happens when you have. I mean, I'm not trying to shit on Sharon. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think at the time that was what you had to do. You had to try to keep that cohesiveness. You had to be back was against the wall. You really didn't have much choice. I mean, the only thing, Kalen DeBoer might have been the only one that you could have brought in. And the fan base.
And the timing was rough on that.
But yeah,
with the Natty, yeah.
But I mean, it's amazing when you bring in a proven coach. It doesn't have to be be Nick Saban, but just somebody proven and a decent to above average quarterback. How you can start have a fresh start and still be okay. I mean, I hate to ever give a compliment to little brother, but it is what it is. They're not doing bad. They're not doing great. They're not doing bad.
They have a real coach now.
Yeah, they're looking like a football team.
And as far as I don't know if you guys watched Game Day this morning. Back to Coach Saban. Somebody think about it. He said the realest shit I've heard him say. No, I take that back. He's made some other shit that was good. But this morning he was talking about Milroe, and last year when they started out, and he was like, "Man, we really wanted him to play my style of offense." He said we found out real quick that he can't play our offense. He's like, so I had to make the gut check, and I had to tell our OC, hey, we need a game plan to fit him, not the other way around. He's like, and look what happened. He said up until we got to Michigan, that plan worked. And I think we're trying to make something out of nothing. I mean, I'm sure this kid is a great kid. He's just not going to be a quarterback at the next level, and we need to quit making him trying to make him a pro stock quarterback. He's not. Read option, RPOs need to be what we're doing. A healthy dose of run game, and the intermediate passes will come. I mean, obviously, look to today. The 14, 15 yard passes were there all day long, but it's just that accuracy down. That pass to Colston Loveland was there. It was about 2 seconds, around a second and a half too late.
It was close.
Well, Andy aired it. He put too much air on the ball. It needed to be more of a straight shot. I mean, he's not there. He's just not there as a quarterback. Like Donovan Edwards was wide open on the side. He didn't even see it. I think he can improve. I mean, we've already seen. Would you say he played better today than last week?
Oh yeah. I mean, he's I think like you had said, you thought the game plan was going to get just a little more, a couple more plays that he can do, and I think they are trying to tailor to him, but I think today he just wanted to show the world that, hey, I can pass the ball. And I think they got a little cute with it, and I'm sure they're giving him, one or two plays. Hey, you check down to this if you see this. And I just don't know if he's seeing stuff, or if he's just like, no, you know what? I'm gonna try to get this pass. I want to prove to everybody I can pass the ball. I don't doubt that in 7-on-7, this kid probably kills it.
Yeah.
But this ain't 7-on-7.
Yeah, well, I mean, he actually in high school he had a really poor pass. It was like 51%. So like he's never been an accurate passer. Right. He's just been an exceptional athlete. So, right. and to be honest, he's a Jim Harbaugh project. So this was someone Jim Harbaugh really liked. But again, I mean, it's on the coaching staff. They they believe Kirk Campbell and Sherrone Moore said, well, we're going to stick with the quarterbacks we have. Like, I remember there was some quotes from Kirk Campbell in March when the portal was opening up, and he's like, we like what we have. We believe in what the hell are you doing, dude? No, how do you like what you have? Then this job's not for you.
Right.
Yeah,
that was really questionable that he said that, because like I understand that the timeline was limited with the Natty, so like and Harbaugh leaving, like that did put things a little bit on the back foot, where Sherrone had to cobble together, especially on the defensive side of the ball, a staff. It's hard to recruit when you don't have a staff, right? So you gotta get that in first, but still, like, there were options, and they said, you know what, we're good. We're gonna stick with Alex Orji, Davis Warren, Jaden Davis, and Denegal, and Jack Tuttle. And I think the plan might have been, and again, this is Ballas said this, others said this, that Jack Tuttle was probably supposed to start, and he got injured. And I'm wondering if that might have been a very different. We might be having a very different conversation right now if Jack Tuttle had been the quarterback for the last 5 games.
I definitely agree with that. I think that's 100. I think that was the game plan. But I mean, at the same token, I mean, did they really fight for Dante Moore like they should have? Maybe they didn't have the money. I don't know.
The issue I've heard with Dante Moore was, so that was the December portal, and Harbaugh and JJ were still undecided. And Dante Moore wanted to know if he could start the next season. Even though where he went, he's in Oregon right now behind Dylan Gabriel. So it doesn't add up. But here's what I do know. Oregon offered way more than we did. We were not willing. And I don't know if anyone knows this. It's kind of out there. And this is not my intel, but it's been out there. So I'll just share it. Michigan did not offer JJ an aggressive NIL package to come back for another year. They didn't offer him like any money at all, like much money at all. It was like a couple $100K from what I've heard.
Wow.
And you need to offer millions. Like, you need to offer, like, even though, yeah, he got a first round, he made the right decision. He got picked in the first round. But even so, like, it's the fact that Michigan's lack of effort. But there's one thing I want to bring up here. So there's a quote here, John, from Sherrone Moore that I just saw. Sherrone Moore says, I am not satisfied with how we got this win. That's what I'm talking about. I want comments like that. Start taking accountability and owning it. Like, you don't got to sugarcoat everything or act as though everything's okay, because it's not. Just acknowledge it, say we got work to do, and then just get to work. That's just what it comes down to.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
There was a it wasn't let's see, I think it was the Thursday night show. Of course, I caught it on Friday, but you had a guy on that made a valid point. You invited him back to come back today, and I don't know if he did or not, but he's not from this country, and he said he didn't watch football until he started going to the University of Michigan. But he made a valid point about, we need to quit coddling these kids and saying, how dare you mistreat them? And because he made a valid point. These are paid professionals now. Everybody on this roster is getting something. I mean, it may not be, 100,000 or 200,000 or, whatever, but somebody's getting something, right? These are no longer, oh, poor these little kids. They don't owe Michigan anything. They kind of do now. I mean,
it's more of a business.
I don't show up for work. Guess what? My boss is in my ass.
Right.
So I mean, you get some sick days, but for the most part, you better be, 99.5%, because that your paycheck depends on that. And I like that. I like that Sherrone is saying, hey, I'm not satisfied with this. That's a good start.
Right. Mm-hmm. And this is the career path. This comes with the job. You're going to get criticism. You have a job that you are a performer, and you're also, results determine the approval of your audience. And if you do not meet that, you're going to get criticized. You're 18, man. Like, we gotta, I know in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, the world may have been different, but here's the reality. 18-year-olds went to World War II, man. They went to Vietnam, right? Like, they're voting. You're an adult, man. Like, you got to take some criticism. It is what it is. And then it's up to you to build the mental fortitude to not let that shit get to you. Like this, to be honest, it's helping them grow up and realize, like, people's opinions don't matter. It's your response to people's opinions that matter. And what do you do about it? Like if you're not meeting to a standard, what are you doing about it, bro? Because to be honest, it's a real world lesson these guys are getting. Because like when they graduate college, like we all know this. Like I graduated, John, you graduated. You're not a kid. Shit gets real. Loans get real. People don't care. No one cares. No one cares about your story. Like you got to figure it out, right? So, listen, they'll figure it out. I think the reality is life is, I don't think the approach that fans take or shows like ours, I don't think it's bad on the young adults at all. I think it's just something they're just gonna have to learn to adjust to.
Well, there's creative criticism. I mean, there like you said on that Thursday show, don't be a dick.
Yeah.
There's the absolute asshole, but then at the same token, there's creative criticism. I mean, everybody's a Monday morning quarterback, same as me. My 16-year-old son, I'm constantly critiquing his game, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with picking out what you're doing wrong and trying to fix it versus just being a complete asshole. And there's definitely a line. I will agree with that.
Yeah, there's a balance.
Yes.
Yeah,
100%.
I mean, even if for like professional athletes, like some of the shit that goes on, like at professional level, like there's definitely a line that can be crossed that fans take that I am not condoning. No, that's not like my approach, and I know you know that. Like, I'm simply saying like. And you know this, like constructive criticism or just being honest or objective is okay. It's okay. They'll be all right.
Yeah.
John, we had a super chat regarding Darius Clemens. I wanted to respond. I didn't think.
We got a couple super chats here. But we can start with the Darius Clemens one. Does anyone know why Clemens left?
Yeah, so Darius Clemens, the reason why he left is because one, he didn't like how he was being utilized with Michigan. He wanted an opportunity to play more. Plus, he transferred to Oregon State. He is originally from Oregon, so now he's closer to home. His really good friend, and I know the chat's going to help me out here because I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. His really good friend transferred to Oklahoma, who is from the west side of the state, and I cannot remember his. Oh my God, it starts with an A, I think. He's playing for Oklahoma. He's actually a pretty good wide receiver. We lost him.
Oh, Andrell Anthony?
Yeah, there we go. I knew it started with an A. Andrell Anthony, he transferred to Oklahoma. That was Darius Clemens. Andrell Anthony helped Darius Clemens come to Michigan. He transferred to Oklahoma. His good friend was gone that he grew up with as a kid. And then Darius Clemens was like, I need to go back home and figure things out. So that's what happened. It's where it is. But yeah, Darius Clemens, you would think would be ideal for us right now. But let's be honest, our quarterback situation isn't where it needs to be either.
Alan Bowman?
Yeah.
What would he have done if he'd stayed around? I think he'd be QB1, but I mean, think he'd be anything.
Yeah, probably he'd be the QB1 now.
Yeah, let's look up Alan Bowman. I saw someone commenting today that Alan Bowman's holding Oklahoma State back. Not here. I saw it on socials. I mean, he has a 10-4 touchdown interception ratio, 62% completion, 1,100 yards. I mean, it's better than what we got. Yeah, he threw
an absolute bomb today for 71 or 72 yards. Now, granted, it was a lot of run after catch, but still, they ended up getting absolutely destroyed by K-State.
He does have 6 interceptions to 11 touchdowns, though. He's a bit turnover prone right now. But he's still over 300 yards. He has 3 games over 300 yards. I don't know.
I'm not saying he's JJ. Don't get me wrong. JJ. But I mean, I think he would
an upgrade.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Probably. Another comment on the Ward thing. So $5 from Elisha. It all goes back to Ward letting a championship coach leave the program willfully. So Harbaugh left and took his coaching staff with him.
Yeah, he did.
For real.
I feel like Elijah is very upset at Ward because Harbaugh's gone. But I mean, look. Was there a desire from Harbaugh to go to the NFL? There was. But did Michigan do everything it could to retain him? No, they didn't. And there's truth on both sides there, And Harbaugh didn't trust Ward. He didn't like Ward as much as people. See, that's another thing too. Like, you want to talk about some real shit, bleeding blue. There is definitely a contingency of Michigan media who will lie to you and say the relationship was better than it was, but it wasn't. It was actually not good. And Ward got into it with a bunch of coaches. Him and Juwan Howard used to get into it over NIL. But then you'll have people in the Michigan media say, "Oh no, NIL is not an issue." Like, they're just lying. Like, they're lying to the people, man.
Yeah,
It's
that's
crazy.
that's what I was saying. That's what I love about you guys. And then another guy that's not really a friend of the program, so to speak, and he we'll see if he's legit on the $1 million is James Yoder. I think a lot of people don't like him because he has no problem with just straight talking shit, and
Yeah.
a lot of Michigan fans don't like it when there's inner shit talking. I mean, dude, I'm the biggest Michigan fan in Indiana, or at least top 5, right? And I'm telling you, I have no problem talking shit, because when there's shit to be talked, it needs to be. I mean, keeping it real there's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Like, like I said, I was talking. I mean, I didn't think Indiana would ever have a shot this year. And we're going to the game now. I'm just like, I've yet to see Michigan lose live. This very well could be the first time. But I mean, I'm keeping faith. I mean, we've always had that advantage of our guys are just bigger, stronger, faster than your guys. But we've also had, in my opinion, a way better coach and coaching staff. I don't know that we do, and I think that plays. That's going to mean a lot. I think their coaching staff has got their shit together with a bunch of 1, 2, 3-star guys that have bought in and are looking, and maybe even just looking to look good so they can get a paycheck next week or next month, or sorry, next year from a bigger school. But they're hungry right now at 5-0. Sky's the limit. Do one more game, they're ball eligible.
I think I'd be open to poaching Signetti.
Right?
Signetti knows how to coach, man.
Yeah. I mean, 5-0 at Indiana, that's like nuts, man.
Well,
Dude, and the
what he
guy
did-
came in. He came in with that, I think I don't remember exactly the exact words, but he was like,
Yeah.
Michigan, Ohio State ain't shit. They suck.
Yep, we don't care.
And that's like coming into cell block floor and just punching the biggest guy in the mouth and saying, "You suck, bro."
Yeah. Yeah. At Big Ten Media Days, he basically called out all the big dogs and said, "We're not afraid. We don't give a shit."
I like that. That's coming from James Madison. I mean, that's just,
yeah, I know. That's why I respect it, man. Like, I respect Curt Signetti. Like, I like that. I like the attitude of, like, I don't care. We're gonna, like, F it. Like, we'll find out on the field. You know what I mean? So I respect it. And the truth is, like, he's backing it up right now. That's another thing. So it's one thing to talk and not be able to back it up. He's backing it up right now. Indiana's going to be ranked. They're going to be ranked.
They should be. Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say?
No, they should already be ranked. I mean,
are they ranked?
When they went to UCLA, I mean, granted, UCLA ain't shit, but I mean, you go to the Rose Bowl and just straight put it on UCLA and on national television. I mean,
yeah, they're not ranked.
Yeah, they should be, I think is what we're saying. Yeah.
No, yeah, so they should be.
Because they're 27th in the AP top 25, so they're going to be ranked after this.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Elisha's dropping another 2 here, and we are now 45 away from the 5th hour. So we've got about 23 minutes to go, unless you want to donate another 45, and then we'll get a 5th hour. I think Hillman, and you were saying this, TJ, I think Hillman should take Quentin Johnson's spot.
Yeah, I agree. So if I was to do the back end, I would have it be Jair Hill, Zeke Berry, and nickel. Hillman with Makari Page, who I know Makari Page has had his flaws, but he's still the best we got there, with Will Johnson. I think that's nasty. I think that is an extremely highly athletic, high ceiling defensive backfield. I would like to see that. I would like that's what I would like. We'll see if the coaches do it. They've kind of been doing what we've been requesting. So
maybe they're low key watching the show, TJ.
Maybe, man. Hey, I'm here to help. Just make a phone call. I'm there. John, we got a Twitch chatter here.
Yeah, not one we want to on the screen,
but it counts.
But yeah, a couple of bots, it looks like. But we got a super chat for 5. So how about that? So scumbag Steve,
Our
not so
scumbag.
much a scumbag anymore with all the contributions to us. I would say good dude, Steve. Wolverine
Good dude,
with
Steve.
the 5. Yeah, why a program like Michigan hires an inexperienced head coach is beyond me, but there's nothing else to do except but hope he and the staff improve.
Exactly. And I think the
Well said.
reason why is because they thought they would transition the culture, the standard, and the high level of Big Ten competitive play to the next season, and they overestimated themselves. This is Michigan thinking that they don't have to do what everyone else does, but they're learning that you have to. And I think they will learn. I think we will evolve, we'll grow. It's like, I'm not saying this is an apples for apples comparison, but there was a time back in the day where teams, and I'm not talking about Michigan, but teams in college football were like, I'm not throwing the ball. We're running the ball. Right. But eventually you got to evolve. And I know Michigan still runs the ball heavy, but like at the end of the day, there's a difference between a JJ led offense and a Cade McNamara led offense, right? Like you got to have the threat to be versatile, right? So Michigan, they'll figure it out. I have confidence. I know that they're not satisfied with NIL. I know that. And we have people publicly talking about donating money now, so it'll get figured out.
Yeah.
All right, Bleeding Blue. Any final thoughts for us?
No, I'll just real quick. While you were saying that about the Sharon, do you think though that when they hired him, I mean, obviously they knew there'd be maybe some other coaches leaving, but do you think maybe they were hoping that the coaching staff, for the most part, would stay together and that would help with the bridging?
Yeah. So when Sharon was hired, Coach Herbert told everybody that he was staying because the request he gave to the Chargers was considered unrealistic, which was the price. And I don't know if you know, but Coach Herbert is now the highest paid strength and conditioning coach by like double or even triple. Like Chargers are paying him a crazy amount of money. And they thought that would never be feasible. And Coach Herbert was literally told the players, I'll be back next year. But then a day or two later, Harbaugh poached him. So yeah, there was supposed to be a continuity factor with the Sharon Moore hire. We lost a little more than we anticipated. And then Harbaugh, and let's be honest too, like Harbaugh rated our damn program, man. Like people need to that. It is like appreciate Harbaugh
for the nutritionist.
But he stole some people, man. I mean, stealing's not the word because they willingly went, but he definitely took some people away from Michigan.
Yeah, that's for sure. But all right, well, I'll get out of here. I'm sure there's other callers waiting to get in. I just, I've sat and watched behind the scenes for a while, and I thought, man, I got a chance to get on here. I'm gonna get on here and see what's up.
No, we appreciate it.
Glad you did.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. Don't be a stranger, man.
All right, I'll try to get back on again. If not, I'll just keep watching the replays on the next day.
Hell yeah, man.
You guys keep doing your thing.
Sweet.
And like I said, y'all the realest MFers on YouTube. So
we appreciate it. Hey, don't ever feel like you can't swear on here, bro. You got the green light. Don't worry.
Yeah, I get it, but I was watching the replay when you had that one color come in. He's like, he's got his kids.
Troy.
Wife,
yeah, Troy. He's like my daughter and my wife. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I was just like,
Troy.
Mom and dad raised me with a little respect. So, but I mean, I had to say it at least once because I mean, you guys are the realest mother out
Thank
there.
you.
So,
thank you.
It's a compliment, man. Honestly, that's probably the highest compliment we could get because that's me and John have literally had these conversations. We're not changing our approach. We don't care if it burned. Like it hasn't burned any bridges and it hasn't been an issue yet. But like we know that it could potentially affect our access to certain things if people don't like it, because that's how this works. But like at the end of the day, we're just gonna walk our path, and it is what it is.
See, I think you get that from your boss. I mean, my mind just went blank.
Mark Rogers.
Mark Rogers, duh. I mean, for a Buckeye, I will say that he keeps it 100, right?
Yeah.
I watch him with Steve Davies every now and again, right? For the 10-minute war. And if he's the same way, if Ohio State's doing shitty stuff, dumb stuff, he lets us know, right? I mean, and I think that just trickles down. I just kind of with the coaching, he starts at the top, works his way down, and you guys just fit his style. It's a great thing he hired you guys because it's a testament to what he's doing. So y'all just keep it real, and I'll keep watching, and I'm sure this community will keep growing. And y'all have a good Saturday night, and go blue.
Go blue, my friend, and thank you.
Go
All right,
blue.
see you guys. Bye.
Bye. How about that?
Yeah, great call. Do not be a stranger, my friend. Great call. Yeah, man. I mean, look, we've gotten a lot of compliments on our approach to things, and what I can assure you is, we will never reach to be aggressive in any manner. We will simply just say it how we see it. If we don't got it, we won't talk about it. If we got it, we'll share it. And if we do not, and I'm just gonna, like, if I don't like something, and I'm gonna tell you, and if I'm not gonna not tell you and then come on here and wear a mask.
Right.
That's not happening. So, we'll just call it like it is. And my hope is that my opinion, I know John was like, we hope our opinion is accurate and objective and honest. And, we're not also, we don't want to be delusional, right? Like, there's a delusional aspect to this where you will find people where they're not seeing what's actually occurring. And our goal is to remain objective and true to that. So, and so, that's what we'll do. We'll keep bringing that. I'm not changing. I'll tell you that. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, we had a conversation early on,
Like May,
May, and we agreed as a team on this network, on this channel, that we weren't going to sunshine pump. Now, if good things happen, and I pointed out some good things that I saw in the first half. You did too, TJ. We pointed out some players that did good. We gave our Leaders and Best award to Mason Graham with his 2 sacks, and I'm so glad he's back, because we got a couple first rounders on that defense, and he's going first round, and I think he's going high first round with what he's able to do. He could impact an NFL team pretty much right away. But look, if there's criticism, if we think someone needs to get fired, we're going to say it.
Yep.
And look, we've had some great interviews and people who are in the program right now, who are thinking about enrolling at Michigan. But our approach will always continue. So that's the one thing that won't change. There was a question. Elisha has brought us down to $35 to go. So we have another 15 minutes, guys. If you want another hour, now is the time to chip in. Otherwise, we got 15 minutes. Elisha with the 5. This kind of is a good culmination of the other things we were talking about with the last caller. Do y'all think University of Michigan cares for football as much as Ohio State? Because I don't.
John, I'll let you go first.
No.
All right. Okay. No. My response is the fans do.
Yeah.
The players do.
Yeah.
That's administration at Michigan. Fuck no.
Yeah.
They don't want it enough, bro. They're not hungry. They don't breathe this shit. This isn't Alabama. This isn't Georgia. This isn't Ohio State, where anything but excellence is unacceptable. Michigan, and I'll say it, and I love Michigan, man. Like, I really do. Like, I'll never root for another team ever, and I don't care. Like, I'm riding with Michigan. Like, we all know, we went through the Brady Hoke, Rich Rod days. Like, I never wavered, and I was at the Sugar Bowl, for the Brady Hoke game in New Orleans, and I used to travel for games and all that. So, like, I'll never switch up. But, like, at the end of the day, the university, and it's not the school either. Like, it's not like the students. Like, it's the student body's not that. Like, we see Dave Portnoy as passionate as can be, right? An alumni. There's a bunch of we have passionate alumni who watch our show. We have our sponsors and alumni, things like that. So, like, we have, it's not, the issue is there is, a hierarchy at Michigan who puts in, there's nothing wrong with this either. There's a balance. It's just academics are a far bigger priority to them than the athletics. But I would argue that you can have both. And we're Michigan. We have all the resources in the world, man. We have all the resources. We have the alumni base. We have the academics excellence. We have location in terms of being in the Midwest by all these major cities. Like, we are, in my opinion, the best public university in the nation, and F the Ivy League too. They could, F those dudes. Like, Stanford is the only one, I will say, academically, and obviously Ivy League's great. Whatever. But like in terms of like power schools, Stanford's the only one who can hold our shit. But outside of that, everyone else can suck it. And then in terms of athletics, we should have a higher standard. And I will say this though, we have a president who wants it. Santa Ono wants it. So shout out to Santa Ono. He 100%. He has, what I love about Santa Ono, and I don't know if I'm sure people know this, but Santa Ono literally said 3 months into the job, there's no reason why Michigan cannot be the best at everything in every sport, in every area of study. And if we are not, and you give me reasons why we cannot be, those are excuses. And I agree with that because there's no reason Michigan cannot. They have the resources. They also have the people. Like that's another thing too, is like, if you look at the Michigan network, some of the brightest minds in many industries. I mean, look at our alumni base, from Derek Jeter to Michael Phelps to Tom Brady. Like listen, this Brady Hoke, one of the best things he ever did was one of the best quotes ever. This is Michigan, for God's sakes. Like it is, man. And so it just comes down to the regions and some people of financial influence on the higher levels. It's just not as big of a priority as it is at other schools. I do think there's a potential culture shift occurring though as we speak.
Yeah. And by the way, I just said no because Elisha was asking University of Michigan, and I figured administration was implied. Like the fans are all in, and I even think President Santa Ono, I have I always talk about the Santa power rankings. You got Ono, and then you've got Claus.
Absolutely.
In that order. So I would say there's hope, but the institution, the administration, let me just ask, like, when Ohio State was having problems with NIL, when Ohio State was not happy with their athletic program, what did they do? They went and they called Texas A&M, and they go get Ross Bjork, who's basically a money cannon and has embraced the NIL culture more than almost any other AD. That's what they did. You know what Michigan did? They keep this guy, Ward Manuel, who does nothing. I'm sorry. He does nothing. And it drives me absolutely crazy that, like, and even the decisions that were positive that he did were born of wanting to do as little as possible. And I'm gonna emphasize that here. 2020, everybody gives him applause, right? He didn't want to conduct a national search during COVID. You think that was just because Harbaugh was a Michigan man, that Harbaugh, he was great in the 80s. He's been great for us. He deserves that last year. He didn't want to do a national search during COVID. Like that was part of the aspect. I understand if he was anybody other than Jim Harbaugh, I don't think Ward would have had a choice, but because he was Jim Harbaugh, and he did so well for us in the 80s, and he did bring the program back after Hoke, and did a great job kind of bring it to that 9 to 10 win program. But that decision was born because he had to. Let's go to Sharon Moore. He didn't want to conduct a national search again, and also the players, spoke up for Sharon Moore, and so Dusty May is really the one decision where they did conduct a search, and so there's that.
And I mean, they beat out Louisville, Louisville thought they had Dusty May, where they even set up the press conference to announce the hire. And Sharon Moore Ward Manuel got that shit done. So, I'll give Ward Manuel credit there. And I will give Ward Manuel a little credit on his, actually, no, I won't. I was going to say his approach on NIL recently, but to be honest with you, his arm was fucking twisted. He had no choice. I mean, and I've already said this, but there's a reason why he's not extended yet. Like, there's, just so you guys know, there are people who are well aware that they might likely need to go in a different direction. They need someone who's innovative. And there's reasons why, maybe people are like, well, why aren't they firing him? Without going into too much detail, and maybe I'll share some things that I know when he's let go. But when you are winning as many Big Ten championships in various sports that you're winning, and you just win a Big Ten championship, it's hard to fire somebody legally. because it's not performance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
you
complicates
can't fire
that.
people for sucking wind. Which is why Jimbo Fisher made $78 million.
It's hard to, it's legally hard to fire somebody who is performing at the highest level in the conference in terms of championships. There's a legal component to that, without going into any more detail on that. So, they got to let the contract kind of wait itself out. And I think in 2025, you will see a new AD. I do think that.
I want to shout out Steve, aka Bleeding Blue, who just became a YouTube member. He just joined the Those Who Stay Will Be Champions tier.
Nice.
So, Steve, I hope you enjoy your emojis. I hope you enjoy, any priority comments we do. We'll be doing our next member. We'll get the next member hangout set up soon. For October, so we'll do that and get a poll out to schedule that. But yeah, so Steve, thank you so much. And Steve didn't just join the membership; he also super chatted, bringing us to just $25 away. We only have 5 minutes left, guys. So you want another hour right now? Get that 25 over, and we'll go another hour. But Steve says thank you for taking my call, and Steve, it was our pleasure. I mean, that was a great call.
Yeah, no, that was a great call. Do not ever be a stranger. Appreciate it. And I appreciate, when callers call in, and obviously compliments wonderful, but like they keep it real, and I also appreciate Ramez, who called in, and I like it when callers come in with a counter position and they bring a legitimate debate to the table. Like I think Adam, that's why I like Adam, and that's why he's a part of the network now. Like like him and his board that's always appreciated. And listen, we honestly have a bunch of good callers that call in, so we appreciate that. We have a bunch of good commenters. Like there are a lot of comments in the chat who, because things, we have callers and we have super chats, like we don't get to them, but there's a lot of great comments in the chat. So again, it's a shout out to the community. We have a great community. It's only getting better from here. And we're going to give Evan another opportunity. Hopefully his phone is good to go.
Yeah. All right, Evan, here we go. You there?
Fingers crossed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
you. We got it.
Hey,
Evan.
Sorry, guys. I have a rebuttal to TJ, what you said about Harbaugh rating the staff. I think
let's
he's
go.
got every right to take every person because they're coaching for him. They're not coaching. They're not there because of Michigan. They're there because of him. And it made more sense for Herbert to stay because it's much more insignificant of a position in the NFL. But I just think that their loyalty lies with Harbaugh and not with the university. These coaches are change schools all the time. They don't have any loyalty to the university. It's the person who hires them, brings them in.
Yeah. So I mean, listen. The truth is, everyone is free to do what they want. Like when I say, I said, Harbaugh stole people, or the reason why I come from the position of he rated the staff is because he took people like Herbert, like Abigail O'Connor, or not Abigail O'Connor. She's still here. Who's the girl he took, the recruiting lady? Shit. I know our chat will know. I've had them reach. He's taken people that are not, large, like you mentioned, they don't have a significant role in the NFL. People, he hindered the program. Like he didn't. Let's put it this way: he didn't put Sharon in the absolute most optimal position to succeed by what he took away from the program. Now, granted, here's where you are 100% correct. It was his staff. It was his. He won a national title. He fulfilled every single promise he gave to this university, outside of one, which was I won't do this every year, because he did do it every year. And I'm talking about the coaching, the NFL circus. Outside of that promise, everything else he kept. But like, at the end of the day, I'm looking at it from a Michigan fan, not a Jim Harbaugh, like a Jim Harbaugh stan. And I'm not saying you are, by the way, but like I'm saying, like as it pertains from the Michigan perspective, he took a lot from the program, and he could have, with all of his connections, filled his staff in other ways. Now, granted, some of these dudes wanted to go, like Clinkscale. He didn't want to be here. Like a lot of these dudes actually wanted to take that jump to the NFL. So it is what it is at the end of the day. It's just the one thing that frustrated me most with the way Harbaugh did it, though, It was like he took people in waves. Like he took the initial first wave, and then he took like a couple more people in the second wave. And then once he struck out on a couple other options, that's when we lost Clinkscale and our defensive line coach. I don't know why I keep blanking on his name either, but it came from Notre Dame. John, you remember? Yeah. So he took Christina DeRuiter. That was one he took. That she has no role in the NFL. She did on-campus recruiting for us, dude. There's no recruiting in the NFL, but he took her. He tried to get Abigail O'Connor, our nutritionist. You know, like he tried rating the entire program from the top down, man. So like that's what frustrates me a little bit. You know, I look at it from the Michigan perspective. You know, it is what it is, though.
Yeah, some of them made complete sense. Obviously, like Jesse Minner. I was so happy he stayed 2 years. I thought he might be another one and done like Mike McDonald. So the fact that he stayed through 23 was great. So that one didn't surprise me at all. Those first couple like him that were announced in the first round, I was like, all right, yep, all these make sense as long as, you know, a couple of folks stay. But yeah, I'm kind of in the middle on this because on the one hand, if you're like the sales pitch is so obvious and so attractive, you can go to nicer weather, you can have more work and life balance, probably make more money, and yeah, like you don't have to deal with recruiting season anymore. So like literally all you have you got to coach the games, you have the prep, you have training camp and all of that, but like you get so much more time for your family, so much more time you know, away from it. So that all made sense for them. I get it.
And it's the NFL. I mean, it's like I
win
get
a Super Bowl.
I get it, but I'm a Michigan fan, bro. So I'm not, you know, I'm not happy.
Right.
So what else you got for us?
I totally agree with you, TJ, on Orgy's running ability being underwhelming. I think, I don't know, it's kind of shame on me because I did watch his high school film and it just kind of looks the same. He just seems slow. You know, he just kind of seems like a lesser version of Derrick Henry, where if you get him like anywhere short of 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, like he can't like juke you out. He can't like break tackles. He can't do anything. But if he gets that momentum, like you really can't take him down. Like that third down run he had, like there's 3 guys there. It was turned the sideline, so they just kind of pushed him out, but like still couldn't take him down. So it's really hard to bring down. But like he's not like making plays. Like I expected him to break the pocket, like to be dangerous. You know, like if guys aren't disciplined in their rush lanes, which happened several times where he had the pocket kind of opened up in front of him, and like you just never actually took off. You know, you kind of see whenever your team on defense is facing a running quarterback, you just get scared. You know, like you see that defensive line kind of like open up or give a little seam and they just like take off, and you just like you're not really scared of Orgy when he runs.
Right. I anticipated far more production from his legs than what we're seeing. I mean, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. And not only is it not enough, it's he doesn't have the ability to say it's 3rd and 9. Like he's not breaking the play. Like he's not making it happen. So is he an above average runner? Yes. Is he electric, or is he, no, he's just not dynamic. He's not dynamic. That's the word. He's not dynamic. He's just above average. He has above average running ability, but it's not dynamic. He's a hell of an athlete, but he's just not elite. And like, I mean, his body type's elite. His body type's like 1%, right? He's a 1% body type, but like in terms of the athletic abilities on the field, to be honest, he's probably a linebacker in a quarterback's body. Or I'm sorry, a quarterback in a linebacker's body. I misspoke. He's a linebacker.
Yeah.
He's not a damn quarterback.
I do want to come to bat again for the wide receivers. Not saying they're amazing, but they're not the problem. It's like your car engine's not working, the windows aren't working, the AC's broken, and you're complaining about you got sticky cup holders. I think wide receivers, if you got a great quarterback, like we weren't complaining about our wide receivers when JJ was a quarterback. Like quarterbacks make the passing yards / passing receiving yards. I think a good example is quarterback play in the NFL. You know, CJ Stroud, again, talk about Ohio State players, but it didn't matter who was the wide receivers for the Texans last season. Like, he made Noah Brown look like an all-pro player, and Justin Herbert would elevate these just jag wide receivers that you just never heard of. They can go for 100, 150 receiving yards on any weekend. You know, so and we didn't even see these like great dynamic receiving weapons, you know, these big games when even JJ was a quarterback. So it's not like there was a ton to really work with. And if they had a competent quarterback, you know, whatever Fred Moore stats are right now, he would have, if he had a competent quarterback, he would have at least 2 more catches, 110 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And we'd be thinking, you know, he's a stud.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If the wide receivers are not an issue, which I'll say this, I think last year's wide receivers clear this year's wide receivers.
Oh, absolutely.
But I would say if wide receivers are not the issue, I'm curious, what do you think is the issue?
I think it's quarterback play. I mean, I think it's obviously quarterback accuracy, but also it's kind of like a complex passing offense. You know, it's that Michigan runs kind of like a pro style, like read multiple guys. You know, I don't see like easy like levels. You know, if you have a levels concept where you got 3 guys going out, you know, in one direction, and you can see them all at once, and you can, you know, read them all at once. There's kind of like simple concepts where you can see a lot more players. They usually, like you saw this game, like Orji had kind of just like a one read, and then either, you know, throw it away or kind of just try to get a couple yards.
Okay. I'm with you. Like we don't disagree. I mean, let me ask you this. Would you say that last year's wide receivers were better than this year's wide receivers though?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page. I mean, I put wide receivers below O-line and quarterback right now, and I put coaching above all of it. So like wide receivers, I would say the least biggest issue. It's still an issue. But yeah, I mean, yeah, so I guess we're kind of on the same page there. I don't know, John, what do you think about all that?
Yeah, there's a lot there. I think with receiver play, I think it's one of the largest issues we have right now. I completely disagree. I think wide receiver play when you look at and by the way, I'm putting that on the coach more than I'm putting that on Ron Bellamy more than I'm putting it on the individual players because of how he's allocating the personnel. When you look and you have two of your tight ends are your top 3 wide receivers, that is a tremendous problem. And it's, you look at the individual tactics and individual like route running, falling down, as Nick likes to talk about. Just like not getting open, except for Colston Loveland is your open guy more than any other. Samaj got open some. Donovan got open, right? So people are getting open, but like they're the tight ends. So there's very clearly a wide receiver talent issue, and there's a wide receiver coaching issue because you look at Tyler Morris. Tyler Morris should be clearing everybody based on his talent, based on what he can do, his speed. He should be the top. Samaj is the only one that's up there. Fred Moore, he's had a couple of good plays, but like there's such an underperformance in that specific position group that yes, I agree that there are systematic problems as well, and not making people run plays until they get it right is a problem. That to me was the most shocking thing I've heard all season. That we just keep going. We don't like run a play till we get it right. We just keep going. Yeah. And they'll figure it out. Like that's a problem. So I'm not saying that there aren't other systematic problems, but like the wide receiver group specifically has been really underperforming for years, and especially this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big Fred Moore fan. I think it really does have to do with who they're choosing. Kendrick Bell is getting a ton of snaps, and inexplicably, even you ask him, he says he was surprised how many times he's playing. So like that, to me, seems like a huge indictment on the coaching. And everyone usually defaults to, hey, they see him in practice, they know more than we do. But every decision that they have actually had to make looks like the wrong one. Link at tackle, everyone says, oh, if he's the best, we're in trouble. Well, I don't believe that's the best because they chose Warren. That was clearly the wrong decision. Gedice/Crippen, like everyone thinks Crippen is playing better. And, they're playing Kendrick Bell way more than Frederick Moore, which he's looked good in what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's really the thing that's frustrating about it all is the issues complement each other. Like the offensive line plays poor, which affects the quarterback, and when the offensive line and the quarterback plays poor, it affects the wide receivers. And when your coaching staff is piss poor, it's all grouped into one. I mean, piss poor.
And when all of that doesn't work, then the defense has to keep coming onto the field because
and
there's
then they get
3 and
tired
out every time
and
they get the ball.
Yeah.
Right, and then when your defensive coordinator decides to do silly play calling from time to time, you get close games with Minnesota when you're up 21 points.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm becoming a defense apologist, but I feel like the only time I've ever seen any cracks in the defense is when the offense has put them in a terrible position to succeed. And if you look at that game, it's kind of a broad stroke. They scored a touchdown on that first possession, Michigan, and then they had 2 other touchdowns, but those were both on turnovers deep in the opponent's territory. Those were gimme touchdowns. They were easy. Outside of that, they had 2 field goal drives, and other than that, they really did nothing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, I agree. Michigan let them get in the game, and that's why it was. I mean, they scored 21 points in the fourth quarter. And, I want to give a shout out here to Elijah Bowman, 499, about to watch the Bama Georgia game to see what universities that invest in their football programs look like. That's hilarious. It is a good game, I'm sure. Yeah, Alabama just scored a touchdown. Jalen Milroe looking like the quarterback we wish we had.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's hilarious. So this comment here, this actually, I was watching that too, Borge. Yeah. It is what it is. We just got to hope that here's a good point that a caller brought up earlier in the show that we didn't hit on, John. Next week we got Washington, and then we got a bye. Mm-hmm. We got 2 weeks to get our shit together. So that's a lot of time to grow and develop, and teams really do grow week to week. So let's see what we can do. Let's see what adjustments we make. We saw adjustments today. We just had a lapse in the fourth quarter. It is what it is. But all right, Evan, we're going to be getting out of here soon. But so how about this? Give us, and what I want to get, thank you for hanging on the line, bro. I know you waited a very long time today. I appreciate you sticking through and hanging with us. Like, shout out to you, man. And also, you challenging me on that. No issues at all. Just want to let you know that you can challenge me on anything. And, but give us your final take here. Let me ask you this though, actually. How about this? Give me your final take after I ask you this question. Are you optimistic about the rest of the season?
No.
Okay.
I just think that the offense can't really get things going, and they keep putting the defense into poor situations, and just the inability to adjust at halftime. It's kind of the exact opposite of what we've seen the past couple of years, where they just dominated in the second half. And so I just think there's just too many issues going on. But final thought is Jair Hill keeps climbing, keeps making plays. Brandon Hillman was awesome. That one pass breakup was absolute perfect timing, looked awesome. So the young DBs, they're exciting to watch.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Go Blue.
I agree.
Go Blue, Evan.
Go Blue, Evan. Yeah.
All right.
What a show, John.
Woo! We got one more super chat before we wrap it up for the night. Elisha, Bama wide receivers in one drive have more yards than Morris. How about that? That's just, I mean, I don't, did we calculate that, or are we just, is that just like because that would be very interesting to actually look at that. But I don't think you're wrong, probably.
It's more yards than Morris in today's game, or more yards than Morris on the season. How about this? We'll give Elijah. I'll look it up. We'll bless the super chat here. Let me look it up.
And while you're looking it up, I'll go to the next one here. Watching Alabama playing just shows how special JJ and Michigan was last year.
So check this out.
They were special.
Tyler Morris, how many yards do you think Tyler Morris has on the year?
Do I think?
Yeah. How many yards do you think Tyler Morris has on the year?
Jesus, probably like, I don't know, 40.
Oh, John, you're too nice. 32. So, but Alabama does not. So Elijah, you're lying to us. Oh, Alabama does not have more yards than Tyler Morris on the first drive. The current, well, unless it's not updated, it's possible maybe this is behind. But right now, the current leader for Alabama has 1 reception for 8 yards. Ryan Williams. I don't think this is updated because Milrow had a run.
Yeah.
This is 0 yards. So this might not be
it might-
updated. Maybe there's some. Maybe
We'll have to take a look at this. Yeah, we'll have to investigate.
Yeah.
But Elisha, we do appreciate your
We
super
do.
chats all show and really the last couple months. It's gone noticed, and not just with you, but like with the community. These last shows, it's just been so great. I mean, 6 hours, 5 hours, 4 hours. Like this is awesome, and it's because of all of you that we are able to do this.
Absolutely. And again, we do not take it for granted that this is your hard-earned money. So that's greatly appreciated. You guys don't have to do this. You do it. So we appreciate that. I take it personal. I know John does as well. That's like, if you guys knew the amount of work and preparation John does behind the scenes, I do not succeed here without John. Obviously, I'm not even here without John too. That's the facts. And then, but on top of that, this show is not where it is without John's hard work behind the scenes, our community that we have, and then it all just comes together, and we have a great show. We greatly appreciate. We appreciate everyone contributing, even if you're just watching, even if you cannot financially contribute. Liking, sharing, word of mouth. We appreciate all that. We are on audio. We obviously are on video on YouTube. So just again, thank you everybody who's a part of this, our moderators, all of our members, all of our loyal listeners. So shout out to all you guys, and just appreciate it from my end.
Yeah, and same goes with you, TJ. You've really brought so much into the show, into the network, into the channel, and it's very appreciated. I knew I saw something, and it turned out to be right. So I do have an eye for these things,
Dude, I'm so grateful you reached out to me in January. Because you reached out to me, you're like, "Hey, come on," and it's just it's gone well ever since then. So appreciate it.
And Elisha, one more for the road. It looks like I bet Michigan sees an explosive offense and pukes. Yeah, well, I hope that maybe they get some inspiration. Like, hey, here's some passing concepts. Maybe we can bring in here.
I mean, they better watch Georgia Tech. They're not going to be watching. They're not watching freaking LSU or I don't know any high power offense right now. They're not taking nothing from that. So,
all right, y'all. So later tonight will be the Mark Rogers call-in show wrap up around 11:30 Eastern, midnight, somewhere around there. Mark goes live. I encourage everybody to support him and to support all of the other post games that are happening across the network, because there's lots of great talent that's out there, and we're growing every single day. We do want to encourage one more time everybody to like, subscribe, share with a friend, and we'll get the updated Kenneth Grant for you Tuesday on where we're at with the Kenneth Grant. Wasn't able to change it today, but we'll get there on Tuesday for you. And one more for Elisha, Pinky in the Brain, y'all. Y'all decide who is who. Oh, geez. I think there's some in each of. I feel like we both have aspects of both.
Hey, man, I'm here for it. Whatever. All I know is Pinky in the Brain was a very successful cartoon. That's all I know. But John. So we actually have let's see, 65. We are. Let's do some quick math here. I'll just pull your calculator.
I think we're at 389 right now total. So we really appreciate everybody.
No, I'm talking about the subscribers with Ohio State.
You want to do some? Okay, yeah, subscribers.
Well, I just want to say what? That can't be accurate.
Because I know it was about where it was Tuesday, but when I last looked, but that was a couple hours ago. So
Did
we'll
Ohio State get a
crunch the
bunch of
numbers.
subscribers? Where were we at, John?
Maybe they've stacked it. So we were,
Because we gained like 20 today, or like 30.
Yeah, so we're at 81.6 something, 8.16 something. But yeah, we'll tabulate it offline. But I do want to thank everybody who was here. And yeah, so definitely check out the show. We also want to thank the Win Agency for sponsoring this episode of Michigan Postgame Live. And thank you for doing that each and every week, and all that you do. And the final score: Michigan 27, Minnesota Golden Gophers 24. Go Blue! And we're going to wrap things up with a message from Mark Rogers, voice of college football, for you.
College football is even more exciting with some action on the line, and the games are even better when you're cashing in. And the voice of college football is the place to be to get the greatest value. Let's start with my picks. 75% against the money line, 58% against the spread. I've got a 40-year track record. In fact, in 2023, at $100 played per game, you would have netted over $9,300. And guess what? I'm just the warm-up act. Steve Merrill, our ace in the hole, showstopper from Wager Talk. 6 years with the voice of college football, over 30 years in the industry. Steve gives us analysis on all the big games, but you can't miss Steve's weekly under-the-radar pick, which went 21-5 against the spread the last 2 seasons. I repeat, 21-5 against the spread. You also get picks from some of our top analysts here at the Voice of College Football, including Steve Dace and Matt Zemek. Become a YouTube channel member or Patreon member for just $99 per month. Go to the main channel on YouTube, click join, and select the betting tier. Do the same thing on Patreon. Make 2024 a winner now.